Welcome to Sleepy Science Student, where we explore the extraordinary systems within your body, one gentle moment at a time. Tonight, we're embarking on a slow, soothing journey into the hidden electrical world that lives inside you. A world of constant, quiet miracles that most of us never stop to truly consider. This evening, we're going on a peaceful, contemplative voyage into the nervous system. It's that vast network of delicate pathways carrying whispered messages from your brain to every corner of your being, orchestrating the dance between thought and feeling, between the world around you and the person you are inside. From the gentle firing of neurons as you read these words, to the quiet coordination that keeps your heart beating even as you sleep, the nervous system is the foundation of everything you experience, every sensation, every memory, every moment of wonder. I hope this video isn't too interesting. Though, if it does happen to keep you awake, at least you'll be learning something truly fascinating about the biological marvel that you carry with you every single moment of your life. Not the worst way to spend a sleepless night, really. Perhaps you'll find yourself lying there, unable to sleep, yet simultaneously more amazed by the intricate systems supporting your very existence. Before we drift into this gentle exploration together, I'd love it if you gave this video a like and maybe even subscribed if you haven't already. It really helps this peaceful little channel grow, and it means that more curious minds can find their way here whenever they need a moment of calm learning. Your support truly makes a difference, and I'm grateful for every single one of you who chooses to join me on these journeys. I'd also love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. Are you tuning in from a cozy bed in Melbourne at midnight, or listening from a comfortable chair in Stockholm at dawn while the rest of your household still sleeps? Perhaps you're in São Paulo in the middle of the afternoon, finding a quiet moment to yourself. Let me know in the comments. It's always such a joy to see the Sleepy Science student community scattered gently across the globe, all tuning in together despite the time zones that separate us, all curious about the same beautiful mysteries. Now, settle in, get comfortable, adjust your pillows if you need to. You don't need to remember any of this perfectly. You don't need to take detailed notes or stay hyper alert to every word. Just let the information wash over you like a gentle tide, flowing in and settling softly around you. And as we begin this peaceful voyage into the nervous system, remember that this video is for educational and relaxation purposes only. It's not intended as medical advice, a substitute for professional medical care, or a diagnosis of any kind, though it might make your mind feel pleasantly curious and your body feel wonderfully calm. Let's begin with the most fundamental question, the one that whispers at the very heart of this entire exploration. What is the nervous system really? It's easy to think of it as something separate from you, something distant or abstract. But the truth is far more intimate. The nervous system is you. It's the biological foundation of your consciousness, your sense of self, your ability to perceive and interact with the world around you. Imagine, if you will, a vast network of pathways, not roads or highways in the traditional sense, but something far more delicate and intricate. These pathways are made not of asphalt or concrete, but of living cells, billions upon billions of them, all connected in an arrangement of stunning complexity. They form a web of communication so intricate that it makes the most sophisticated human-built networks seem almost simple by comparison. This is your nervous system, and it's working right now at this very moment, carrying messages back and forth across your body at speeds that would make most of us dizzy to contemplate. The nervous system is not just a communication network, it's also Y and Z. It's not just a biological system that transmits signals. It's a sensory interpreter, translating the raw information of the world into something your mind can understand. It's a decision maker, processing countless choices every second, most of them happening so quietly, you never even notice. And it's an experience generator, the very machinery that creates the felt sense of being alive, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the taste of something sweet, the ache of sadness, the flutter of joy. When you think about your nervous system, you might imagine something located solely in your brain. But actually, the nervous system extends throughout your entire body like roots spreading through soil, like branches reaching toward light, like a gentle embrace that holds everything together. There are nerves in your fingertips and your toes. There are pathways along your spine. There are neural connections in your gut that some scientists now call the second brain. The nervous system isn't confined to your skull. It's woven into the very fabric of who you are, present in every part of your physical self. Let's pause for a moment and consider this from a different angle. Your nervous system has one primary job: to keep you alive and to help you thrive in an endlessly complex world. It does this by gathering information constantly. It monitors the temperature of your skin, the position of your limbs, the chemicals in your bloodstream, the sounds around you, the light entering your eyes. All of this information is collected like data streaming into a vast, living computer. And then, almost instantaneously, your nervous system processes this information and decides what to do with it. You might think that being aware of all this data would be overwhelming, exhausting even. But actually, your nervous system is remarkably efficient at filtering out the noise and focusing only on what matters. Right now, you're probably not consciously aware of the feeling of your clothes against your skin. You're not thinking about each individual breath you take. You're not processing the gentle hum of electricity in the walls around you or the slight temperature fluctuations in the air. Your nervous system is handling all of that quietly in the background, like a dedicated servant working diligently while you focus on higher things. This brings us to one of the most elegant aspects of how your nervous system works: the concept of automatic processes. Some neural functions require your conscious attention and deliberate thought. You have to consciously decide to move your hand, to speak a sentence, to solve a mathematics problem. But so many other functions happen entirely outside of your awareness. Your heart beats without you thinking about it. Your lungs expand and contract with each breath, requiring no conscious effort. Your digestive system processes the food you've eaten, breaking it down and extracting nutrients without any input from your conscious mind. It's as if you have a faithful assistant who takes care of all the routine tasks while you attend to the more interesting or challenging matters. Now here's where things get truly fascinating. Your nervous system doesn't work in isolation. It's in constant conversation with every other system in your body. Your endocrine system, which produces hormones, works closely with your nervous system to regulate growth, metabolism, reproduction, and stress response. Your immune system communicates with your nervous system to coordinate your body's defense against illness. Your digestive system sends signals back to your brain about hunger and fullness. Your cardiovascular system responds to signals from your nervous system about how much blood needs to flow to different parts of your body. It's not a hierarchy with the nervous system commanding everything. It's more like an elaborate dance, a partnership where all the systems of your body move together in beautiful coordination. Take a moment and think about what happens when you experience fear. Perhaps you're walking alone at night and you hear an unexpected sound. In that instant, and I mean truly in an instant, faster than conscious thought, your nervous system springs into action. Your heart rate increases, pumping more blood to your muscles. Your breathing becomes faster and shallower. Your pupils dilate, letting in more light so you can see better. Blood is diverted away from your digestive system and toward your arms and legs, preparing you to run or fight. All of this happens without you deciding to do it. Your nervous system has evaluated the situation and determined that you might be in danger, and it's preparing your entire body to respond. This is the nervous system as guardian, as protector, as the keeper of your survival instincts. But the nervous system is also something else entirely. It's the seat of your emotions, your memories, your sense of self. When you feel joy, it's your nervous system creating that sensation. When you recall a cherished memory, it's neural pathways lighting up in patterns they've established through years of repetition. When you feel compassion for another person, it's because your nervous system has learned to recognize their emotional state and to respond empathetically. The nervous system doesn't just keep you alive, it makes your life worth living. Let's consider for a moment the sheer scale of what we're talking about. Your brain alone contains roughly 86 billion neurons. That's more than the number of stars in our galaxy, all packed into an organ that weighs only about 3 pounds. But the brain isn't working alone. Your spinal cord contains tens of millions of neurons. Your peripheral nerves, the nerves that branch out to your limbs and organs, contain billions more. All told, your nervous system contains somewhere in the neighborhood of 170 billion neurons, each one connected to thousands of others, creating a network of such staggering complexity that neuroscientists are still working to fully understand how it all works together. You might wonder, what exactly is a neuron? How does it work? We'll be exploring this in much more detail as we continue our journey, but for now, let's think of a neuron as a special kind of cell that's designed specifically to receive, process, and transmit information. Unlike most of your cells, which have a fairly rounded, compact shape, neurons tend to be long and spindly, with branch-like extensions reaching out in all directions. These extensions allow neurons to communicate with their neighbors, passing messages across tiny gaps called synapses. It's a bit like a vast city of communicators, each one equipped with telephone wires that let them talk to thousands of others simultaneously. Here's something rather beautiful to consider. Your nervous system is not fixed and unchanging. It's not like a machine that's built once and then operates the same way forever. Instead, your nervous system is constantly changing, constantly rewiring itself based on your experiences, your learning, and your habits. This is a phenomenon called neuroplasticity, and it's one of the most important discoveries in neuroscience. Every time you learn something new, every time you practice a skill, every time you have an experience, your brain is physically changing. New connections form between neurons. Old connections strengthen or weaken. The very structure of your brain is being sculpted by your life. This means that you are not bound by the nervous system you were born with. If you grow up in a musical environment, practicing an instrument, the areas of your brain responsible for music processing grow larger and more interconnected. If you spend years learning a language, the neural networks associated with language become more robust. If you practice meditation, the regions of your brain associated with attention and emotional regulation become more developed. Your nervous system remembers every experience, every practice session, every moment of learning, and it incorporates those memories into its very structure. You, quite literally, shape your own brain through how you choose to live your life. Some people, when they first learn about the nervous system, feel a sense of anxiety. They worry about all the complexity, all the things that could go wrong in such an intricate system. And while it's true that the nervous system is vulnerable to various disorders and diseases, there's also something deeply reassuring about understanding how robust and resilient this system truly is. Your nervous system has been refined by millions of years of evolution. It's built with redundancy, with backup systems, with remarkable capacity for recovery. Yes, it can be damaged, but it also has an astonishing ability to heal and adapt. Let's take a breath and consider the most basic division of your nervous system. The nervous system is often divided into two main parts: the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. The central nervous system, or CNS, consists of your brain and your spinal cord. Think of these as the command center, the headquarters from which decisions are made and orders are given. The peripheral nervous system, or PNS, consists of all the nerves that branch out from the brain and spinal cord to reach every other part of your body. If the central nervous system is the command center, then the peripheral nervous system is all the communication lines and outposts that keep the center connected to the rest of the organization. But even this simple division doesn't quite capture the full elegance of how your nervous system is organized. Within both the central and peripheral nervous systems, there are further divisions, each with specific functions and characteristics. There's the somatic nervous system, which handles voluntary movements and conscious sensations. There's the autonomic nervous system, which controls all those automatic functions we mentioned earlier: your heartbeat, your breathing, your digestion. And within the autonomic nervous system, there are even further subdivisions, like the sympathetic nervous system, which prepares your body for action, and the parasympathetic nervous system, which promotes relaxation and recovery. It's a bit like a vast bureaucracy, really, though far more elegant and efficient than any human organization could ever hope to be. There are specialized departments for different functions. There are communication channels that carry messages up to headquarters and back down to the field. There are mechanisms for prioritizing urgent information. There are systems for learning from experience and adapting to new situations. And all of it operates with a fluidity and grace that would make any administrator weep with envy. Imagine, if you will, a symphony orchestra. The conductor is your brain, guiding and coordinating the overall performance. The individual musicians are your neurons, each one playing their part with precision and sensitivity. The instruments they play are the various neurotransmitters and electrical signals that flow between them. And the music they create together is the felt experience of being you. Your thoughts, your emotions, your perceptions, your choices. When everything is working well, when all the musicians are playing in harmony, the result is a symphony of such beauty and complexity that it takes your breath away. This is your nervous system at its best, working quietly behind the scenes to create the rich tapestry of your conscious experience. Now, you might be wondering, why is the nervous system organized this way? Why not just have one simple system that does everything? The answer lies in evolution and efficiency. As organisms became more complex, they needed more sophisticated ways to respond to their environment. They needed to be able to process information quickly, to make decisions in real time, to coordinate complex behaviors. A simple centralized system couldn't handle all of this. So evolution created something more elegant, a hierarchical system where different levels can handle different types of tasks, from the most basic reflexes handled by your spinal cord to the most complex reasoning handled by your prefrontal cortex. This hierarchical organization is actually quite beautiful when you think about it. It means that your nervous system can handle routine tasks automatically, freeing up your conscious mind to focus on things that require deliberate attention and creative thought. When you're driving on a familiar route, your automatic systems handle most of the driving, while your conscious mind thinks about other things. When you're playing a musical instrument you've practiced extensively, your automatic systems handle much of the technical execution, while your conscious mind focuses on expression and interpretation. This division of labor makes you more efficient, more capable, and more adaptable. Let's pause for a moment and consider the profound nature of what we're discussing. Your nervous system is not just a biological system. It's the foundation of your selfhood, your consciousness, your ability to experience and interact with the world. When you think about your nervous system working, you're thinking about the very mechanism that creates the you that you perceive yourself to be. Every thought you have, every feeling you experience, every memory you cherish, every decision you make, all of it emerges from the activity of your nervous system. This is not to say that you are merely your nervous system, that you're simply a collection of neural impulses. But it is to say that your nervous system is the instrument through which everything that makes you you is expressed. Understanding this can be both humbling and empowering. It's humbling because it reminds us how much of our behavior, our emotions, our thoughts emerge from processes we don't consciously control. We like to think of ourselves as rational beings making deliberate choices, and to some extent that's true. But much of what we do and feel is the result of neural patterns and automatic processes that have been shaped by evolution, by our genetics, by our experiences. It's empowering because once we understand how our nervous system works, we gain the ability to influence it. We can learn to direct our attention, to manage our stress responses, to rewire our automatic patterns, to shape our own experience of being alive. This journey we're embarking on together is an invitation to know yourself more deeply. It's an opportunity to peer beneath the surface of your conscious experience and to understand the intricate biological mechanisms that make that experience possible. As we move forward through the various components of your nervous system, the brain, the spinal cord, the peripheral nerves, the neurotransmitters, the pathways for sensation and movement, keep in mind that you're not just learning abstract facts about biology, you're learning about yourself. You're beginning to understand the extraordinary miracle of your own existence. The nervous system is the thread that ties everything together. It's the storyteller that weaves your experiences into a coherent narrative. It's the guardian that keeps you safe. It's the artist that creates beauty in your mind. It's the lover that allows you to feel connection with others. It's the dreamer that creates your nighttime visions. It's simultaneously the most complex and most intimate system in your entire body. And it's been working quietly, faithfully, magnificently your entire life without ever asking for recognition or praise. Now we move to something more intimate still. Let's drift into the microscopic world where the actual work of your nervous system happens. Let's talk about neurons, those remarkable cells that are the fundamental building blocks of everything you think, feel, and experience. If the nervous system is a vast city, then neurons are the individual citizens who make that city function, and each one, in its own quiet way, is performing a small miracle. Picture a neuron in your mind. Unlike most of your cells, which tend to be relatively round or blob-shaped, a neuron looks almost like a tiny tree. It has a central body, called the soma, from which extend branches. Lots and lots of branches. Some of these branches, called dendrites, reach out like delicate fingers to receive messages from other neurons. One particularly long branch, called the axon, stretches out to transmit messages to distant neurons. Some axons are remarkably long. In fact, if you scaled a neuron up to human size, some of your neurons would stretch across an entire city. An axon that runs from your spinal cord down to your toes could be 3 feet long. That's an extraordinary proportion when you consider that the cell body itself might only be 30 micrometers across, about a third of the width of a human hair. This branching structure is not random or accidental. It's exquisitely designed for communication. The dendrites, with their many branches, create a vast surface area for receiving information from other neurons. A single neuron might have thousands of dendrites, each one capable of receiving signals from other cells. And at the end of the axon, there are often multiple branches as well, allowing one neuron to transmit messages to many other neurons simultaneously. It's a bit like being a telephone exchange, able to receive calls from thousands of people, while simultaneously connecting to thousands more. The architecture of a neuron reflects its fundamental purpose: to receive information, process it, and pass it along. But here's where things get truly fascinating. Neurons don't actually touch each other. There are tiny gaps between them, called synapses, typically only about 20 nanometers wide. That's a billionth of a meter. At human scale, it would be like people standing 20 meters apart trying to have a conversation, close enough to perceive each other, but not close enough to shake hands. So how do neurons communicate across these gaps? The answer is chemistry. They send chemical messengers called neurotransmitters floating across the synapse, like tiny boats crossing a narrow strait. Here's how this remarkable process works. When a neuron becomes sufficiently stimulated, when it receives enough signals from its neighboring neurons, something electrical happens. The membrane of the neuron, which normally maintains a specific electrical balance, suddenly becomes depolarized. Ions, particularly sodium ions, rush into the cell. This creates a rapid change in electrical potential that spreads down the axon like a wave traveling along the surface of water. This electrical event is called an action potential, and it's one of the most fundamental processes in neuroscience. You might think that electricity traveling through a neuron would move at the speed of light, or at least at the speed electricity travels through a copper wire. But actually, The action potential moves more slowly, at speeds of between 1 and 100 meters per second, depending on the type of neuron and the diameter of the axon. This might seem quick to us, but in terms of neural communication, it's positively leisurely. The action potential travels down the axon like a spark traveling down a fuse, steadily, reliably, carrying the message toward the axon's terminal. When the action potential reaches the end of the axon, when it arrives at the axon terminal, where the neuron meets the synapse, something beautiful happens. The electrical signal is converted back into chemistry. The arrival of the action potential triggers the release of neurotransmitters, those chemical messengers we mentioned earlier. These neurotransmitters are stored in tiny packages called synaptic vesicles, like letters waiting in envelopes. When the action potential arrives, these vesicles rupture, spilling their contents into the synapse. Let's pause for a moment and consider the elegance of this system. The neuron has essentially solved a profound problem: how to communicate across a gap without actually bridging it. Instead of sending electricity, which couldn't jump across the gap, it converts the message into chemistry. Those neurotransmitter molecules float across the synapse and bind to receptors on the surface of the receiving neuron, much like keys fitting into locks. These receptors, when activated by their matching neurotransmitter, open channels in the cell membrane of the receiving neuron, allowing ions to flow in or out. This creates either an excitatory signal, pushing the receiving neuron closer to firing its own action potential, or an inhibitory signal, pushing it away from firing. This is the fundamental mechanism of neural communication, and it's happening billions of times per second throughout your nervous system right now. Every thought you have, every sensation you feel, every movement you make emerges from countless neurons, firing and communicating in this way. And the remarkable thing is that this process is not rigid or predetermined. It's flexible, malleable, capable of being modified by experience and learning. Consider the concept of synaptic plasticity, which is just a fancy way of saying that synapses can change their strength. When two neurons fire together repeatedly, the connection between them strengthens. This is the basis of learning and memory. It's as if each time two neurons communicate successfully, they say to each other, "Let's do that again. Let's make this connection stronger so we can communicate more easily next time." This is captured in a famous neuroscience principle called Hebbian learning, after the Canadian psychologist Donald Hebb, who first proposed it. Neurons that fire together, wire together. This principle has profound implications. It means that your nervous system is literally shaped by your experience. Every time you practice something, every time you learn something new, you're physically strengthening certain neural connections while allowing others to weaken. If you practice playing the piano for hours each day, the neural circuits involved in finger coordination and musical perception become stronger and more efficient. If you spend years studying mathematics, the neural networks associated with abstract reasoning become more developed. Your brain is like a garden, and your experiences are like water and sunlight, nourishing certain plants while allowing others to wither. But neurons don't work in isolation. They're part of larger networks, circuits of interconnected neurons that work together to accomplish specific tasks. Some of these circuits are simple. For example, there are reflex arcs in your spinal cord, direct connections between sensory neurons and motor neurons that allow your body to respond to certain stimuli without even waiting for input from your brain. Touch a hot stove and your hand jerks away before you consciously register the pain. This is a neuron circuit working at its most basic level. Receive input, process it, produce output. It's beautifully simple and utterly effective. Other neural circuits are vastly more complex. Your visual system, for instance, involves millions of neurons organized into dozens of different regions of your brain, each one processing different aspects of what you see. Some neurons are sensitive to vertical lines, others to horizontal lines. Some respond to specific colors, others to motion. Some track the edges of objects, others fill in textures. All of this happens in parallel, with different neural circuits processing different features of the visual scene simultaneously. Then, somehow, all of this information is integrated. unified into a single coherent visual experience. You don't see lines and colors and motions as separate things. You see a unified world. How your brain accomplishes this binding of disparate sensory information remains one of the great mysteries of neuroscience. Let's consider the question of neurotransmitters more carefully, because these chemical messengers are absolutely central to everything your nervous system does. There are dozens of different neurotransmitters in your brain, each one with its own particular effects. Dopamine, for instance, is associated with motivation, reward, and pleasure. When you accomplish something, when you experience something enjoyable, dopamine is released. This makes you feel good and also motivates you to seek out similar experiences in the future. It's one of the ways your brain guides your behavior, nudging you toward things that are beneficial and away from things that are harmful. Then there's serotonin, often called the happiness chemical, though that's really a simplification. Serotonin is involved in mood regulation, but it's also involved in sleep, appetite, and pain perception. When serotonin levels are low, people often experience depression, anxiety, and sleep disturbances. Many antidepressant medications work by increasing the availability of serotonin in the brain. You might think that simply increasing serotonin would make everyone happy all the time, but actually, it's far more nuanced than that. The brain's chemistry is exquisitely balanced, and changes that help one person might not help another. This is why different medications work for different people, and why the brain's neurochemistry remains endlessly fascinating. GABA, or gamma-aminobutyric acid, is the primary inhibitory neurotransmitter in your brain. It's the chemical messenger that tells neurons to calm down, to stop firing so much. Without GABA, your brain would become overexcited, flooded with too much activity. In fact, many anti-anxiety medications and sedatives work by enhancing GABA signaling, essentially telling your nervous system to relax. Conversely, glutamate is the primary excitatory neurotransmitter, the one that encourages neurons to fire. Your brain needs a delicate balance between glutamate and GABA. Too much glutamate and you get excessive excitation, too little and you lack the drive to think and act. The remarkable thing about neurotransmitter systems is their subtlety and complexity. A single neurotransmitter might have different effects depending on which receptor it binds to. Dopamine, for instance, has multiple types of receptors, and binding to different receptors can produce different effects. Furthermore, neurotransmitter systems interact with each other in intricate ways. One neurotransmitter might modulate the effects of another. Drugs that affect one neurotransmitter system often have effects on other systems as well. This is why psychiatric medications often have side effects. They're affecting multiple neurotransmitter systems, not just the one intended. Take a breath and let's step back from the microscopic level for a moment. While it's fascinating to understand the mechanics of how neurons communicate, there's something even more profound to contemplate. The fact that this chemical and electrical communication gives rise to consciousness itself. Somehow, the interaction of billions of neurons, each following relatively simple rules of chemistry and electricity, generates the rich inner world of your conscious experience. You're not just a collection of firing neurons. You're aware, you're perceiving, you're thinking and feeling and remembering. This raises one of the deepest questions in all of science. How does consciousness arise from neural activity? How does the electrical and chemical firing of neurons create the subjective experience of being you? This is what philosophers call the hard problem of consciousness, and despite enormous advances in neuroscience, we still don't have a complete answer. We can measure neural activity. We can observe which brain regions are active when you're thinking about something specific. But the transition from that neural activity to conscious experience remains mysterious. Some scientists believe that consciousness is an emergent property, something that emerges from the collective activity of neurons but can't be reduced to the activity of individual neurons. It's a bit like how the properties of water can't be predicted from studying individual H2O molecules. The whole is genuinely greater than the sum of its parts. Others believe that consciousness might be a more fundamental feature of the universe, perhaps related to quantum processes in the brain. Still others think that consciousness might not be a binary thing, something you either have or don't have, but rather a spectrum of varying levels of awareness that exists throughout the animal kingdom. What we do know is that consciousness depends on the coordinated activity of large networks of neurons. If parts of your brain become disconnected from other parts, as happens in certain types of brain injuries, your consciousness is affected. If your brain's chemistry becomes imbalanced, as in depression or schizophrenia, your conscious experience is altered. If your brain activity diminishes or ceases entirely, as in deep sleep or coma, consciousness fades or disappears. So while we don't fully understand how neurons give rise to consciousness, we know that they do, and we know that the specific patterns of neural activity matter profoundly. Here's something rather wonderful to contemplate. Every neuron in your brain is, in a sense, a neuron that wants to communicate. There's a drive at the very heart of neural function toward connection, toward sharing information, toward linking up with other neurons to form networks and patterns. This drive toward connection isn't limited to your own brain either. Through your nervous system, you're constantly connecting with the world around you, receiving information and sending out signals. And through language and culture, humans have created ways of connecting our nervous systems across vast distances and even across generations. When you read something written by someone who lived centuries ago, in a sense, their nervous system is connecting with yours through the medium of their words. Let's consider for a moment what happens when neural communication breaks down. Many neurological and psychiatric disorders involve disruptions in neurotransmitter systems or in the structural connections between neurons. Depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, all of these involve disturbances in neural communication. But the fact that we can understand and often treat these conditions is testimony to the principle that your nervous system, while incredibly complex, operates according to principles we can understand and sometimes influence. Imagine a neuron that hasn't formed proper connections with other neurons. Perhaps due to genetic factors or damage during development, this neuron is isolated, unable to communicate effectively with its neighbors. This neuron would be unable to participate in the networks that create thought and perception and behavior. It would be, in a sense, cut off from the larger community of neurons that make up your nervous system. Conversely, imagine neurons that are overconnected, sending too many signals to each other, creating circuits of excessive activity. These neurons might contribute to anxiety or obsessive thinking patterns. The health of your nervous system depends on finding the right balance, not too isolated, not too hyperactive, but properly connected and appropriately regulated. One of the most exciting areas of modern neuroscience is the study of neural plasticity at the level of individual neurons and synapses. We're learning that neurons are far more adaptable than we once thought. They're not fixed structures, locked into their roles for life. Instead, neurons can grow new connections, strengthen existing ones, or weaken old ones based on experience. Neurons can even change their basic properties. A neuron that was sending excitatory signals might learn to send inhibitory signals instead. The very structure of individual neurons can change in response to learning and experience. This adaptability is the basis of learning and memory. When you learn something new, physical changes occur in your brain. New synaptic connections form. Existing connections strengthen. The strength of synapses is actually recorded in a chemical form. Molecules called AMPA and NMDA receptors are inserted into the synapse, making it easier for signals to cross. These physical changes are what constitute learning at the neural level. In a very real sense, you are not the same person at the neural level after learning something new as you were before. You've physically changed. Take a moment to really absorb this. Right now, as you listen to these words and take in this information, your nervous system is adapting. New connections are forming. Existing pathways are being strengthened or weakened. You're literally reshaping your own brain through the act of learning. This is happening quietly, gently, without you having to do anything consciously. Your nervous system is being a faithful gardener, tending to the growth of your understanding, nurturing the seeds of knowledge you've planted by choosing to engage with this material. The journey of a signal through your nervous system is, when you really think about it, a kind of conversation. The signal speaks, asking a question. Is this important? Should I respond? Other neurons listen and consider, passing the message along, amplifying it, or dampening it based on the context. Networks of neurons debate and integrate and eventually reach a conclusion that results in a thought or a feeling or an action. It's democracy in its purest form, played out at a scale so small we can barely perceive it, yet with effects so profound that it shapes everything we are and everything we do. Now let's gently ascend from the microscopic world of individual neurons and synapses to the larger architecture of your brain itself. If neurons are the individual citizens of your nervous system, then the brain is the grand city where they all gather, the magnificent metropolis where the most complex processing occurs. The brain is, quite simply, the most complex object in the known universe. It's a 3-pound organ that contains more connections than there are stars in all the galaxies we can observe. And it's sitting right now, quietly, cradled inside your skull, working to create the miracle of your conscious experience. Let's begin by visualizing the overall structure of your brain. If you were to hold it in your hands, gently, respectfully, you would notice that it has a somewhat wrinkled, convoluted appearance. These wrinkles, called gyri and sulci, serve an important purpose. They increase the surface area of your brain dramatically. If you were to smooth out all those wrinkles, your brain's surface area would be roughly the size of a large pizza. But with all those folds, it's compressed into a space small enough to fit inside your skull. It's a bit like how a mountain range packs far more terrain into a given area than flat land would. The wrinkled surface, called the cerebral cortex, is where much of your brain's processing happens. The brain can be divided into several major regions, each with particular specializations and functions. Let's start with the most evolutionarily ancient parts of the brain, the ones that you share with creatures who lived hundreds of millions of years ago. Deep within your brain, beneath the more recently evolved cortex, lies the brainstem. The brainstem is sometimes called the reptilian brain, because it's so similar to the brains of reptiles. It controls many of the most fundamental automatic functions of life: your heart rate, your breathing, your sleep-wake cycle. If your brain were a company, the brainstem would be the department that keeps the lights on and the utilities running. It's not glamorous, but without it, nothing else could function. The brainstem contains several important structures. The midbrain processes sensory information and helps coordinate movement. The pons, which means bridge in Latin, serves as a relay station, passing messages between different parts of the brain. And the medulla, at the very bottom of the brainstem, where it connects to the spinal cord, controls your breathing, your heart rate, and your reflexes. The medulla is so crucial to survival that severe damage to this region can be fatal. It's the ultimate keeper of your life force, the sentinel that ensures you keep breathing and your heart keeps beating even as you sleep. Just above the brainstem, nestled within the brain, lies another ancient structure, the limbic system. The limbic system is the emotional center of your brain. It's where your emotions are generated, where memories are formed, where drives like hunger and thirst and sexual desire originate. The limbic system is sometimes called the mammalian brain because mammals possess emotional complexity in a way that reptiles don't. Unlike reptiles, which respond to their environment primarily through instinct and conditioning, mammals experience emotional states. They feel fear, anger, joy, sadness, affection. Your limbic system is the part of your brain responsible for these emotional experiences. The limbic system contains several important structures. The amygdala is your emotional alarm system, the part of your brain that detects threats and triggers fear responses. The hippocampus is involved in memory formation, particularly the consolidation of short-term memories into long-term storage. The hypothalamus, though tiny, about the size of an almond, is remarkably powerful. It controls your hormonal system through its connection to your pituitary gland, and it regulates many basic drives and homeostatic functions. It's the hypothalamus that tells you when you're hungry, when you're thirsty, when you're hot or cold. It's the ultimate thermostat and control center for your body's basic needs. The limbic system is also involved in reward and motivation. When you experience something pleasurable, whether it's eating delicious food, hearing music you love, or connecting with someone you care about, it's largely your limbic system creating that feeling of pleasure. The limbic system evaluates your experiences and assigns emotional significance to them. It says, "This is good, seek it out. This is bad, avoid it." In this way, the limbic system guides your behavior, steering you toward things that are beneficial and away from things that are harmful. Here's where things get particularly interesting. Your limbic system often operates faster than your conscious mind. When you see something that triggers fear, your amygdala responds before you're consciously aware of the threat. When you encounter something that triggers desire, your reward centers activate before you've had time to think about it. This is why emotions often feel spontaneous and sometimes seemingly irrational. They arise from older, faster parts of your brain than the systems responsible for conscious reasoning. Now, let's talk about the part of the brain that makes you distinctly human, the cerebral cortex, particularly the prefrontal cortex. The cerebral cortex is the wrinkled outer layer of your brain that we visualized earlier. It's the seat of your consciousness, the source of your rational thought, your ability to plan for the future, your capacity for abstract reasoning. The prefrontal cortex, which is the very front part of your cerebral cortex, is particularly important. It's what psychologists call your executive function, your ability to plan, to make decisions, to control impulses, to think about the future, and make choices based on long-term goals rather than immediate desires. The prefrontal cortex is one of the last brain regions to fully mature. It doesn't reach full development until your mid-20s. This is why teenagers and young adults sometimes seem to take unnecessary risks or struggle with long-term planning. Their prefrontal cortex is still developing. As you mature, this region becomes more sophisticated, allowing for more nuanced decision-making and better impulse control. The prefrontal cortex is also what allows you to override your limbic system. Even though your amygdala might be screaming at you to be afraid, or your reward centers might be urging you to indulge in something, your prefrontal cortex can say, "No, wait. Let's think about this. What are the long-term consequences?" This capacity for rational thought, for conscious choice, for deliberation, it's what makes you human in a particularly meaningful way. Let's pause for a moment and consider the relationship between your limbic system and your prefrontal cortex. These two regions are constantly in communication and sometimes in tension. Your limbic system is the part of you that wants to eat the entire cake right now, that wants to lash out at someone who's hurt you, that wants to stay in bed rather than face a difficult day. Your prefrontal cortex is the part that remembers your health goals, that suggests taking a breath before responding angrily, that motivates you to get up and face your responsibilities. Neither part is wrong. Your emotions serve important functions. They motivate you. They guide your social interactions. They connect you to what matters. But your rational mind helps ensure that you act in ways consistent with your values and long-term goals. This interplay between emotion and reason is what makes human psychology so complex and frankly so fascinating. You're not purely rational beings, despite what some philosophers have suggested. And you're not purely emotional either. You're a blend, a negotiation between ancient limbic drives and more recent cortical reasoning. Understanding this about yourself can be liberating. It means you're not expected to be purely rational. It's okay to have emotional reactions. But it also means you have the capacity to observe your emotions and to choose how you respond to them. The cerebral cortex is divided into 4 main lobes, each with particular specializations. Let's explore them gently. The frontal lobe, which includes the prefrontal cortex we just discussed, is involved in executive function, planning, decision-making, and personality. It's also where motor control is centered. The signals that command your voluntary movements originate here. People who've suffered damage to their frontal lobe often show changes in personality or decision-making. The famous case of Phineas Gage, a railroad worker who had a tamping rod driven through his frontal lobe in 1848, is a poignant example. Before his accident, Gage was reportedly a responsible, well-mannered man. After his injury, he became impulsive, rude, and emotionally unstable. His frontal lobe damage had altered his personality profoundly. Behind the frontal lobe lies the parietal lobe, which is involved in sensory processing. Information about touch, temperature, and pain enters the nervous system through your skin and travels up your spinal cord to your brain, where the parietal lobe processes it. The parietal lobe also helps you understand where your body is in space, a sense called proprioception. It's what allows you to close your eyes and still know where your limbs are, to touch your nose with your eyes closed, to navigate through a dark room. Without proper parietal lobe function, you would lose this sense of bodily awareness. At the very back of your brain lies the occipital lobe, which is dedicated almost entirely to vision. Your eyes send their signals to the occipital lobe, and there, the vast work of vision happens. Visual information is processed in layers, first simple features like edges and colors, then more complex patterns, then objects and scenes. The occipital lobe contains dozens of distinct visual processing areas, each one specialized for a particular aspect of vision. Some are tuned to detect motion, others to recognize faces, others to process color, still others to perceive depth. All of this happens simultaneously, in parallel, creating a unified visual experience of the world. On the sides of your brain, tucked beneath the temples, lies the temporal lobe. The temporal lobe is involved in auditory processing, hearing and interpreting sounds, as well as in memory, particularly the memory of facts and events. The temporal lobe is also involved in language comprehension. There's a region called Wernicke's area, located in the left temporal lobe of most people, that's crucial for understanding language. If this area is damaged, people often lose the ability to understand spoken or written language, even though they may still be able to produce words. It's a fascinating dissociation, being able to speak without being able to understand what others are saying. You might have noticed that we've been emphasizing the left side of the brain. This is because, in most people, the left hemisphere is dominant for language and analytical thinking, while the right hemisphere is more involved in spatial reasoning, creativity, and emotional expression. But this distinction, while real, is often exaggerated. The two hemispheres work closely together, constantly communicating through a thick bundle of axons called the corpus callosum. The brain is fundamentally bilateral and integrated. While the left hemisphere might be more verbal and the right more spatial, they're constantly sharing information and working together to create a unified experience. There's a particular kind of stroke or injury that gives us fascinating insights into this hemispheric specialization. In some cases of severe epilepsy, surgeons have severed the corpus callosum to prevent seizures from spreading between hemispheres. In these cases, researchers have found that the two hemispheres can operate with remarkable independence. In one classic experiment, information was presented to only the right hemisphere of a split-brain patient. The patient couldn't verbally report what they saw because the left hemisphere, where language is centered, didn't have access to that information. But the right hemisphere could use the patient's left hand to point to the correct answer. It's as if there are two separate minds, each with access to different information, each capable of responding in different ways. Most of us, of course, have intact corpus callosa. Our hemispheres communicate constantly. But these experiments reveal something profound about the nature of consciousness. It's not unitary. There's no single point where you exist in your brain. No central throne room where a homunculus sits and watches your experiences. Instead, consciousness seems to emerge from the integrated activity of many brain regions, all communicating with each other, all contributing to the unified experience you have of being you. Let's consider the cerebellum, which sits at the very back of your brain, beneath the cerebral hemispheres. The cerebellum is sometimes overlooked, perhaps because it's smaller and less glamorous than the cortex, but it performs absolutely essential functions. The cerebellum is involved in motor coordination, ensuring that your movements are smooth and well coordinated. It's also involved in balance, in the timing of movements, and increasingly, we're learning, in cognitive and emotional functions as well. The cerebellum receives input from your muscles and your inner ear about your current movement and position, and it uses this information to constantly fine-tune your motor commands, making adjustments in real time to ensure you move gracefully and accurately. The cerebellum contains more neurons than the rest of the brain combined, despite being only about 1/10 of the brain's volume. These neurons are organized with remarkable regularity and consistency. In fact, the cerebellum's organization is so predictable that it's become a favorite subject for computational neuroscientists trying to understand how brain circuits work. There's something beautiful about this organization, a kind of mathematical elegance that suggests that evolution has found a particularly efficient solution for coordinating movement. Speaking of movement, let's talk about how your brain actually commands your muscles. Motor control begins in the motor cortex, a strip of tissue in your frontal lobe. Different parts of the motor cortex control different parts of your body. The parts of the motor cortex that control your hands and fingers are particularly large relative to how much of your body they represent. This is because manual dexterity is so important to humans. We're tool-using creatures, and our ability to make fine, precise movements with our hands has been crucial to our evolutionary success. The motor cortex sends signals down your spinal cord to motor neurons, which make connections with your muscles. When these neurons fire, they command your muscles to contract, and movement happens. Interestingly, the motor cortex is organized in a way that creates a rough map of your body on your brain's surface. This map is called a homunculus, a word meaning little man. If you could visualize the homunculus, you'd see a little figure stretched across the motor cortex, with enormously large hands and lips relative to the rest of the body, because these areas receive disproportionate neural representation. The homunculus looks rather cartoonish, almost alien, but it reveals something profound about how your brain values different parts of your body. The parts you can move with the most precision, your hands, your lips, your tongue, have the largest representation in your motor cortex. Now, there's something rather wonderful to contemplate here. Your brain doesn't just command your muscles blindly. It's constantly receiving feedback from your muscles, your joints, your skin. This sensory information comes back to your brain, and your brain uses it to evaluate whether the movement actually happened as intended. If you reach to pick up a coffee mug and your brain's prediction about where the mug is turns out to be wrong, this sensory feedback tells you so, and you adjust. This constant loop of motor command and sensory feedback is called sensorimotor integration, and it's what allows for smooth, coordinated movement and the ability to correct errors in real time. Let's take a breath and consider the broader organization of your brain's sensory systems. Just as your motor cortex contains a map of your body for movement, your sensory cortex contains maps of your body for sensation. Different sensory systems, touch, pain, temperature, have their own dedicated pathways and processing areas. Vision has the occipital lobe. Hearing has the auditory cortex in the temporal lobe. Smell and taste also have their own processing areas. Each sensory system has specialized receptors in your body that detect particular types of stimuli, and each has a dedicated neural pathway leading to the brain. This modularity, This division of labor among different sensory systems is one of the elegant features of your nervous system's organization. But here's something fascinating. Your brain doesn't simply receive sensory information passively. Instead, it actively predicts what it expects to perceive based on your prior experience and current context. This predictive processing is revolutionizing how neuroscientists understand perception. Your brain is constantly generating predictions about what you should be perceiving, what the world around you should look like and sound like and feel like. When sensory information arrives from your eyes or ears or skin, your brain compares this information to its predictions. If the sensory information matches the prediction, great, no update needed. But if there's a mismatch, your brain takes notice. This mismatch is called prediction error, and it signals that something unexpected is happening, that your model of the world needs to be updated. This explains why you can read a paragraph with several typos and still understand it perfectly. Your brain's prediction about what words should come next is so strong that it overlooks the mismatches. It also explains why a sudden, unexpected sound can startle you. The sound violates your prediction about what you should be hearing. And it explains why you habituate to constant stimuli. If your brain's predictions are accurate and nothing is changing, the sensory information becomes less interesting, less attention-grabbing. Gently now, let's consider what happens when you pay attention to something. Attention is not just about the sensory information itself. It's about your brain choosing to amplify certain signals while dampening others. When you focus your attention on something, say, the voice of a particular person in a crowded room, your brain enhances the processing of that voice while suppressing other voices. This happens through top-down control, with your prefrontal cortex essentially sending signals to sensory areas, saying, pay attention to this, ignore that. Attention is limited. You can't truly attend to everything simultaneously, so your brain is constantly making choices about what to prioritize. This has profound implications for your experience of reality. You don't actually perceive everything around you with equal clarity. Your perception is heavily filtered by your attention. If you're focused on the person you're talking to, you might not notice someone walking past you. If you're lost in thought about something that happened earlier, you might not notice changes in your surroundings. This is why eyewitness testimony is often unreliable. People can be genuinely confident about details they didn't actually attend to. Your brain fills in details based on expectation and prior knowledge, and you experience this filling in as genuine perception. It's both humbling and liberating to realize this. Humbling because it means your perception of reality is less objective, less like a camera recording what's actually there than you might have thought. Liberating because it means you have some power over your perception through where you direct your attention. By consciously choosing what to attend to, you shape what you perceive, which in turn shapes your experience of reality. Let's drift now from the brain's magnificent complexity down into the spinal cord, that remarkable cable of neural tissue that runs through the center of your vertebral column. If the brain is the command center, then the spinal cord is the main thoroughfare connecting that center to the rest of your body. It's a highway of communication, carrying messages downward from your brain to your muscles and organs, and carrying messages upward from your body back to your brain. The spinal cord is not just a passive conduit, though. It's also a processing center in its own right, capable of coordinating certain responses without even consulting your brain. Picture your spinal cord for a moment. It's about as thick as a pencil, roughly 18 inches long in an adult, extending from the base of your brain down to the lower part of your back. It's protected by your vertebrae, those bony rings that stack on top of each other to form your spine. Inside this protective column, the spinal cord is further cushioned by cerebrospinal fluid, a clear liquid that bathes both your brain and spinal cord, providing shock absorption and nourishment. The spinal cord is divided into different regions, each named after the vertebrae they're associated with: the cervical region in your neck, the thoracic region in your upper back, the lumbar region in your lower back, and the sacral region near your tailbone. Along the length of your spinal cord, Pairs of nerves branch off at regular intervals, like exits on a highway. These are your spinal nerves, and there are 31 pairs of them, one pair exiting at each level of the spine. These spinal nerves carry sensory information into the spinal cord from your skin and muscles, and they carry motor commands out from the spinal cord to your muscles. Each spinal nerve serves a particular region of your body. The nerves in your cervical spine reach your neck and arms. The thoracic nerves reach your chest and upper abdomen. The lumbar nerves reach your lower back and legs. This organization means that an injury to your spinal cord at a particular level will affect sensation and movement in the regions served by nerves below that level. Now, let's explore something truly elegant about the spinal cord: the reflex arc. A reflex is a rapid, automatic response to a stimulus, the kind of response that doesn't require input from your brain. The classic example is the patellar reflex. When a doctor taps your knee, your leg kicks out involuntarily. This happens so quickly that your brain isn't even involved. The signal enters your spinal cord from the sensory nerve in your leg, and within the spinal cord, it makes a direct connection to a motor neuron that commands the muscle to contract. The entire circuit is completed within the spinal cord. Your brain finds out about the reflex after it's already happened, receiving the sensory information that your leg has kicked. Why does your nervous system have this capability for reflex responses? The answer is efficiency and survival. If you touch a hot stove, you don't have time to send a signal all the way to your brain. Wait for your brain to think about it, and then send a command back down to your muscles. By that time, you'd have suffered severe burns. Instead, the reflex circuit allows your hand to jerk away from the heat almost instantaneously. The reflex protects you before conscious awareness even registers what's happening. It's an elegant solution that evolution discovered. Sometimes speed is more important than conscious deliberation. There are different types of reflexes. Withdrawal reflexes protect you from harmful stimuli. Postural reflexes help maintain your balance and posture. Autonomic reflexes regulate internal functions like heart rate and digestion. All of these can happen automatically without conscious control. In fact, trying to consciously control a reflex usually doesn't work very well. If you try to consciously prevent yourself from jerking your hand away from something hot, you'll find that the reflex happens anyway, overriding your conscious intention. This is because the reflex arc is a more direct, faster pathway than the route that would require conscious involvement. Speaking of consciousness and control, let's talk about the autonomic nervous system, which is the part of your peripheral nervous system that controls automatic functions. The autonomic nervous system is divided into three branches: the sympathetic nervous system, the parasympathetic nervous system, and the enteric nervous system. The sympathetic and parasympathetic systems often work in opposition to each other, creating a balance that maintains your body's stability. The sympathetic nervous system is your fight or flight system. When you perceive a threat or when you're excited or stressed, your sympathetic nervous system springs into action. It increases your heart rate, dilates your pupils, inhibits digestion, and sends blood to your muscles in preparation for action. It's the system that mobilizes your body for emergency response. The parasympathetic nervous system, by contrast, is your rest and digest system. It slows your heart rate, promotes digestion, encourages relaxation and recovery. When you're safe and calm, your parasympathetic system is dominant. When you're stressed, your sympathetic system takes over. Here's where it gets interesting. These two systems don't take turns completely. They're both active most of the time, and their relative balance shifts depending on your circumstances. If you're relaxing on a comfortable couch, your parasympathetic system is more active. But even then, your sympathetic system is maintaining your muscle tone and your alertness, ready to respond if something unexpected happens. If you're running a race or giving a presentation, your sympathetic system is more active, but your parasympathetic system is still contributing, maintaining digestive function and other restorative processes. It's a dynamic balance, constantly shifting based on your needs and circumstances. The sympathetic and parasympathetic systems often use different neurotransmitters to communicate with their target organs. The sympathetic system relies heavily on norepinephrine, a neurotransmitter that's related to adrenaline. The parasympathetic system relies on acetylcholine, a neurotransmitter that has generally calming effects. These different chemical messengers allow for the different effects of sympathetic and parasympathetic activation. It's a bit like having two different communication channels, one that excites and mobilizes, one that calms and restores. Let's pause for a moment and consider what this means in practical terms. If you're anxious or stressed, your sympathetic nervous system is overactive. Your heart is racing, your breathing is shallow, your muscles are tense. Many anxiety-reducing techniques work, in part, by activating your parasympathetic nervous system to counteract this state. Deep breathing, meditation, progressive muscle relaxation, all of these help shift the balance back toward parasympathetic dominance. Interestingly, simply slowing your breathing can trigger parasympathetic activation. Your body interprets slow breathing as a signal that you're safe, and it responds by activating the rest and digest system. This is why controlled breathing is such an effective tool for managing anxiety and stress. Now, let's consider the enteric nervous system, sometimes called the second brain. Your digestive system contains its own network of neurons, roughly 500 million of them, which is about the same number of neurons as a cat's entire brain. This network, embedded in the walls of your digestive tract, operates largely independently from your central brain. It can make decisions about digestion, about what substances to absorb and what to reject, with minimal input from your brain. This is why digestion continues even when you're asleep, and why you can eat and digest food without consciously thinking about it. The enteric nervous system also communicates back to your brain, and this communication influences your mood and mental state. The gut produces about 90% of your body's serotonin, that neurotransmitter associated with mood and well-being. Your gut bacteria, the trillions of microorganisms living in your digestive system, influence the production of neurotransmitters. What you eat affects your gut bacteria, which affects your brain chemistry, which affects your mood and cognition. This gut-brain axis is an area of intensive research, and it's revealing that the connection between your digestive health and your mental health is far more intimate than previously appreciated. This brings us to an important realization. Your nervous system doesn't exist in isolation. It's intimately connected with your endocrine system, your immune system, your digestive system. All of these systems are constantly communicating, constantly influencing each other. Your nervous system sends signals that influence hormone production. Hormones feed back to your nervous system, influencing neural activity. Your immune system releases chemicals that affect your brain. Your brain sends signals that influence your immune function. You're not a collection of separate systems. You're an integrated whole, a unified being in which every part influences every other part. Let's now trace a sensory pathway through your nervous system to see how all of this works together. Imagine you touch something soft, perhaps a piece of velvet or a kitten's fur. Sensory receptors in your skin detect this tactile stimulation. These receptors, called mechanoreceptors, convert the physical stimulus into electrical signals. These signals travel along a sensory neuron, up your arm and into your spinal cord. In your spinal cord, the sensory neuron might make connections with motor neurons that create a withdrawal reflex if the stimulus is unpleasant, or with interneurons that relay the information upward to your brain. The signal travels up your spinal cord along tracts, bundles of axons that form highways of communication. The sensory information reaches your brain, where it arrives at your thalamus, a structure that acts as a sensory relay station and processor. The thalamus filters and processes the sensory information, extracting what's relevant and interesting, and passes it along to your sensory cortex. Your sensory cortex interprets this information and creates your conscious sensation of touching something soft. Simultaneously, the information is being sent to other brain regions, perhaps to your emotional centers if the sensation is pleasant, perhaps to your motor cortex if you decide to move in response to what you're feeling. All of this happens in a fraction of a second. You feel the soft texture. You register pleasure or comfort or interest. You might move closer or stroke the object again. And all of this neural processing happens seamlessly, automatically, without requiring conscious thought. Yet underlying this simple sensation is an intricate choreography of neural activity, a conversation between your sensory receptors and your spinal cord and your brain, all working together to create your experience. Let's consider the somatic nervous system more carefully. The somatic nervous system is the part of your peripheral nervous system that's responsible for sensations from your skin, joints, and muscles, and for voluntary movements. It's called somatic because soma means body in Latin. The somatic nervous system is divided into sensory afferent nerves, which carry information from your body toward your central nervous system, and motor efferent nerves, which carry commands from your central nervous system out to your muscles. Your sensory receptors are remarkably specialized. Some respond to light touch, others to deep pressure. Some are sensitive to hot, others to cold. Some detect pain. Some sense the position of your joints and the tension in your muscles. This last type of receptor, called proprioceptors, is particularly important. Proprioceptors give you a sense of where your body is in space, your bodily self-awareness. Without proprioceptive feedback, you'd have difficulty coordinating movements. You could see your hand and consciously decide to move it, but without proprioceptive feedback, you might not be able to accurately control where it goes. There's a fascinating neurological condition called proprioceptive dysfunction, where people lose their sense of where their body is. Some patients with this condition report that their limbs feel foreign, as if they're not really part of their body. Other patients must look directly at a limb to know where it is. If they close their eyes, they lose track of their limbs' positions. This condition illustrates just how important proprioception is to our sense of bodily integrity and our ability to move with coordination. We take this sense for granted because it works so well when it's functioning properly. But without it, even simple movements become difficult. Let's talk about pain for a moment because it's a particularly important and complex sensory experience. Pain is not simply the result of damage to your body. Instead, pain is a perception generated by your nervous system in response to potential or actual tissue damage. This distinction matters because it means that pain doesn't have a one-to-one relationship with tissue damage. You can have significant tissue damage without pain. Athletes sometimes continue performing despite serious injuries because they're not consciously experiencing pain. Conversely, you can experience pain without any tissue damage. This is the basis of phantom limb pain, where people who've had a limb amputated continue to feel pain in the limb that's no longer there. Pain is created when sensory receptors called nociceptors detect potential damage and send signals up to your brain. But before reaching your brain, these pain signals can be modulated, amplified, or dampened within your spinal cord and in your brain itself. Your emotional state influences whether you feel pain. Stress and anxiety tend to amplify pain, while relaxation and positive emotion tend to dampen it. Your attention also influences pain perception. If you're focused on something else, you might not notice pain as much as if you're paying attention to it. Your prior experiences and expectations influence pain as well. If you expect something to hurt, you're more likely to feel pain when it happens. If you expect it not to hurt, you're less likely to feel pain. This is why placebos work, at least to some degree. A placebo, a substance or treatment with no inherent therapeutic property, can reduce pain because your belief that you're receiving pain relief activates brain regions involved in pain modulation. Your nervous system actually changes its processing of pain signals in response to your expectations. This isn't all in your head in a dismissive sense. It's genuinely how your nervous system works. Your mind, the product of your brain's activity, can influence how your nervous system processes pain. Take a breath and let's consider the motor system again, this time focusing on how your brain controls your voluntary movements. When you decide to move, say, to reach for a glass of water, a cascade of neural events unfolds. The decision itself arises from activity in your prefrontal cortex, the region involved in planning and decision-making. This prefrontal activity activates your motor cortex, which sends commands down your spinal cord to motor neurons. These motor neurons connect to muscle cells, and when they fire, they cause your muscles to contract. The contraction creates movement. As your arm moves, sensory receptors in your muscles, joints, and skin send information back to your brain, allowing it to monitor and adjust the movement in real time. Here's something remarkable. Your brain doesn't send commands to individual muscle fibers. Instead, it sends commands to motor neurons, and each motor neuron connects to multiple muscle fibers, forming what's called a motor unit. When a motor neuron fires, all the muscle fibers it connects to contract together. This is an elegant solution that allows for efficient control. By varying which motor units are active, your nervous system can create a vast range of movements, from the delicate, precise movements required to thread a needle to the powerful, forceful movements required to lift a heavy object. The recruitment of motor units follows a principle called the Henneman size principle. Motor units are recruited in order of size, from smallest to largest, as the force requirement increases. This means that small motor units, which produce fine movements, are always active when any movement is happening. Larger motor units are recruited only when greater force is needed. This principle ensures that your movements are as precise as possible and that force is applied efficiently. Now, let's consider what happens when you practice a skill. When you first learn to play an instrument or to type or to dance, you must consciously think about every movement. Your prefrontal cortex is heavily involved, directing attention to each motion, each step. But as you practice, something beautiful happens. The motor pathways become more automatic. After extensive practice, you can play a song or type a sentence with minimal conscious attention. The activity has shifted from requiring conscious, deliberate control to happening more automatically. This is because the neural pathways involved in the skill have become more efficient, more streamlined. Myelin, a fatty substance that insulates axons, has been laid down around the neural pathways involved in the skill, allowing signals to travel faster. The cerebellum has been refined to coordinate the movements more precisely. The skill has been encoded into your motor system. This has profound implications. It means that you literally change your brain through practice. The structure and function of your neural circuits adapt to match the demands you place on them. A pianist's motor cortex shows enlargement in the areas controlling the hands. A London taxi driver's hippocampus, the region involved in spatial memory, becomes enlarged through years of memorizing the city's complex street layout. Your brain is sculpted by your life, by what you choose to practice and focus on. Let's pause for a moment and reflect on the elegant organization of your nervous system. From the microscopic level of individual neurons firing and communicating, to the organization of neural circuits and brain regions, to the integration of multiple systems working together, your nervous system exhibits a remarkable coherence. Everything fits together. Every part serves a function. Every function is integrated with every other function. It's an organization so elegant and efficient that it puts most human organizations to shame. The peripheral nervous system is sometimes overlooked because it doesn't have the glamour of the brain. But the peripheral nervous system is just as essential. It's the bridge between your central nervous system and the rest of your body. It's the sensory apparatus that brings information about the world into your nervous system. It's the motor apparatus that allows your brain's decisions to be translated into action. Without your peripheral nervous system, your brain would be isolated, unable to sense or to act, a prisoner in your skull. Together, your central and peripheral nervous systems create an integrated whole. a unified system for sensing, thinking, deciding, and acting. Now let's gently explore one of the most intimate aspects of your nervous system: your senses. The way you perceive the world, what you see, hear, smell, taste, and feel, is entirely dependent on how your nervous system collects, processes, and interprets sensory information. And here's something rather wonderful to contemplate. The world you perceive is not the same as the objective physical world. Your perception is a construction created by your nervous system, a model of reality built from sensory signals and shaped by your expectations, memories, and attention. Let's start with vision, perhaps the sense that dominates human perception. Your eyes are, in many ways, windows to your brain's understanding of the world. But they're not like cameras, passively recording everything that happens in front of them. Instead, they're active sensors, constantly moving, constantly filtering. At this very moment, your eyes are making small, rapid movements called saccades, jumping from one point of interest to another. You're not aware of these movements because your brain suppresses the visual information during the saccade, filling in the gaps so that your experience of vision feels smooth and continuous. It's a delightful bit of sleight of hand that your nervous system performs constantly. The retina, at the back of your eye, contains two types of light-sensitive cells: rods and cones. Rods are sensitive to low levels of light and are responsible for black and white vision in dim conditions. Cones are responsible for color vision and for detailed vision in bright light. Your retina contains roughly 120 million rods, but only 6 million cones. Yet your central vision, where you consciously focus your attention, relies mostly on cones. This means that your peripheral vision is primarily rod-based, which is why peripheral vision is less detailed and less colorful than central vision. The arrangement of rods and cones is not uniform across the retina. In the very center of your visual field is a region called the fovea, which contains mostly cones and provides your sharpest, most detailed vision. As you move outward from the fovea, cones become fewer and rods become more common. This creates an interesting situation. You have excellent detailed vision in a very small central area, while the rest of your visual field is less detailed. Yet you experience vision as uniformly detailed across your entire field of view. Your brain fills in the details in your peripheral vision based on expectation and memory. You don't actually see all the detail that you think you see. Your brain constructs it for you. The information from your retina travels along the optic nerve to your brain, reaching first the thalamus, where it's processed and relayed to the visual cortex at the back of your brain. But here's where it gets truly fascinating. The visual pathway doesn't simply deliver the raw visual information to a central processing center. Instead, visual information is divided up and sent to multiple specialized processing streams, each handling different aspects of vision. One pathway, sometimes called the what pathway, processes color and form, allowing you to recognize what objects are. This pathway extends from the visual cortex toward the temporal lobe. Another pathway, called the where pathway, processes spatial information, motion, and depth, allowing you to know where objects are and how they're moving. This pathway extends from the visual cortex toward the parietal lobe. These two streams work in parallel, processing different aspects of the visual scene simultaneously. At some level in your brain, all this information is integrated into a unified visual experience, but where and how this integration occurs remains one of the mysteries of neuroscience. Within the visual cortex itself, there are dozens of distinct processing areas, each specializing in particular features of vision. Some areas respond preferentially to vertical lines, others to horizontal lines. Some areas are tuned to particular colors. Some areas respond to motion in one direction but not another. Some areas are exquisitely specialized. There are neurons in your brain that respond specifically to faces, others that respond specifically to places, still others that respond to bodies. Somewhere in this distributed network of specialized processing areas, your brain constructs your unified experience of seeing. Let's pause and appreciate something remarkable about vision. The image that forms on your retina is actually upside down. The light rays from the top of your visual field are bent by your eye's lens and hit the bottom of your retina. Your brain receives this inverted image, but you don't perceive the world as upside down. Your brain has learned to interpret the inverted retinal image as an upright visual world. This is so fundamental to how your visual system works that if you wore special glasses that inverted your visual field, your brain would gradually adapt. After several days of wearing these glasses, your brain would learn to interpret the inverted image as an upright world. And when you removed the glasses, you would briefly perceive the world as upside down again, until your brain readapted. This adaptability of your visual system reveals something profound. Your perception is not a direct readout of the world. It's an interpretation, a construction your brain creates based on sensory signals and guided by expectations and learning. The same visual input could be interpreted different ways depending on context. A shape that looks like a rabbit when you're expecting to see animals might look like a duck when you're expecting to see waterfowl. Your brain is constantly making predictions about what it should be seeing, and these predictions shape what you actually perceive. Now let's drift toward hearing, perhaps the second most important human sense. Your ears are exquisitely sensitive instruments, capable of detecting vibrations as small as 1/10 of a nanometer, about the diameter of an atom. The human ear can hear sounds ranging from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, though this range diminishes with age. Most people over 60 can't hear sounds above 15,000 Hz, which is why some teenagers use high-frequency ringtones that adults can't hear. The ear is divided into 3 sections: the outer ear, the middle ear, and the inner ear. The outer ear, the part you can see and touch, funnels sound waves into the ear canal. The middle ear contains 3 tiny bones called the ossicles, the hammer, anvil, and stirrup, that transmit vibrations from the eardrum to the inner ear. The middle ear is filled with air, and it's connected to your nasal passages through the eustachian tube, which is why you sometimes need to pop your ears when you experience a change in altitude. The inner ear is where the real magic happens. Deep within the inner ear is a coiled spiral structure called the cochlea, which is filled with fluid. As vibrations are transmitted to the cochlea, they create waves in this fluid. Along the floor of the cochlea runs a structure called the basilar membrane, and along this membrane are thousands of hair cells, the actual sensory receptors for hearing. Different parts of the basilar membrane respond to different frequencies. High frequencies vibrate the basilar membrane near the base of the cochlea, while low frequencies vibrate it near the apex. This creates a kind of frequency map, a spatial representation of sound frequencies along the length of the cochlea. When the basilar membrane vibrates, it bends the tiny hair-like projections, called cilia, that extend from the hair cells. The bending of these cilia opens ion channels, allowing ions to flow into the hair cells. This electrical change causes the hair cells to release neurotransmitters, sending signals along the auditory nerve to your brain. In this way, sound vibrations are converted into neural signals that your brain can interpret as sound. The auditory nerve carries this information to your brainstem, where it's processed by several small clusters of neurons that help localize the sound, determine where it's coming from. Sound localization depends on comparing the timing and intensity of sounds reaching your 2 ears. If a sound reaches your left ear slightly before your right ear, your brain interprets it as coming from the left. The temporal precision required for this is remarkable. Your brain can detect time differences as small as microseconds. The auditory information then travels to your thalamus and onto your auditory cortex in the temporal lobe. But hearing is not simply about detecting sound vibrations. It's about extracting meaning from sound. Your brain is constantly analyzing sound streams for patterns, for speech, for music, for warning signals. When you hear speech, your brain is performing extraordinary computational feats, analyzing the acoustic properties of the sound, accessing your knowledge of language, predicting what word is likely to come next based on context. This is why you can understand someone speaking in a noisy restaurant even though the acoustic signal is degraded. Your brain is using context and prediction to fill in the parts you can't quite hear. Music is another extraordinary aspect of hearing. When you hear music, multiple brain regions light up, regions involved in emotion, memory, movement, and reward. Music engages your brain in a way that's uniquely powerful. Listening to music you enjoy activates your brain's reward centers, releasing dopamine. Music can lift your mood, reduce anxiety, even help with certain types of pain. Different cultures have developed music with different scales and rhythms, yet all humans seem to find music meaningful and engaging. Music might be one of the most fundamental expressions of human neurology. Let's now consider taste and smell, the chemical senses. Your taste receptors, located on your tongue and throat, detect 5 basic qualities: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami, savory. These taste receptors are remarkably simple compared to your visual or auditory systems. Yet what you experience as taste is actually a combination of taste and smell. When you eat something, volatile chemicals from the food waft up to your olfactory epithelium in your nasal cavity. Your sense of smell is far more sophisticated than your sense of taste. You can distinguish thousands of different smells, whereas you can distinguish only a few basic tastes. This is why food tastes bland when you have a cold and your nose is congested. Without olfactory input, only the basic taste is left: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, or umami. The richness of flavor comes from smell. If you eat an apple while holding your nose, it tastes only vaguely sweet and slightly tart. But as soon as you release your nose, the aroma reaches your olfactory system, and suddenly the apple tastes like an apple with all its characteristic flavor. Your olfactory system is directly connected to your limbic system, the emotional center of your brain. When you smell something, the signal goes directly to your amygdala and hippocampus before reaching your conscious awareness. This direct connection to emotional and memory centers explains why smell is so evocative. A particular smell can instantly transport you back to a childhood memory or trigger an emotional response. You might not even consciously recognize what you're smelling, but your limbic system has already responded with emotion and memory. There's something rather beautiful about this. Smell is often overlooked in favor of vision and hearing, yet it's intimately connected to your emotions and memories. A faint whiff of a particular perfume might bring back a vivid memory of someone you cared about, or the smell of baking might evoke childhood comfort. Smell bridges the gap between your external world and your internal emotional world in a way that's unique among the senses. Let's take a breath and consider touch, the sense that permeates your entire body. Touch is not a single sense but several distinct senses: pressure, temperature, pain, and proprioception, all conveyed through different types of sensory receptors in your skin. Some receptors respond to light touch, creating the sensation of a gentle caress. Others respond to deep pressure. Some respond to vibration. Your skin is a densely innervated organ, with sensory receptors distributed throughout, creating a kind of map of the external world on the surface of your body. Different parts of your skin have different densities of sensory receptors. Your fingertips, lips, and face are densely innervated and exquisitely sensitive. Your back and legs have fewer receptors and are less sensitive. This distribution of sensory receptors reflects evolutionary priorities. Your hands were important tools for interacting with your environment, so they received dense sensory innervation. Your back, while important for detecting threats, is less critical for fine discrimination. Touch is not only about sensation, though, it's also about emotion and connection. When someone touches you gently, sensory receptors in your skin send signals not only to your sensory cortex, but also to your emotional centers. Touch activates your parasympathetic nervous system, promoting relaxation and well-being. This is why massage is so relaxing, why holding someone's hand is comforting, why a gentle touch can communicate affection and support. Touch is one of the most powerful ways humans communicate with each other. It's a language that transcends words, reaching directly into the emotional centers of the brain. Now, let's consider something remarkable: synesthesia. Synesthesia is a condition where stimulation of one sensory system produces experiences in another sensory system. A synesthete might see colors when hearing music, or taste flavors when reading words, or see numbers or letters as having inherent colors. Synesthesia is not a disorder or a hallucination. It's a genuine perceptual experience resulting from unusual neural connections. Brain imaging studies of synesthetes show that multiple sensory areas of the brain are indeed being activated. A synesthete who sees colors when hearing music has unusual connections between their auditory cortex and their visual cortex. Synesthesia reveals something profound about sensory perception. The different senses are not rigidly separated. They can influence each other. And in the normal brain, they do influence each other to some degree. The sight of a lemon influences how you taste sourness. The sound of a voice influences how you perceive a person's emotion. Your senses are constantly cross-talking, influencing each other to create a unified sensory experience. Let's pause for a moment and reflect on the remarkable nature of sensory perception. Your nervous system is constantly collecting information from the world through your sensory receptors. This information arrives at your brain as neural impulses, electrical and chemical signals. Your brain takes these signals and constructs a perceptual world. You see colors, hear sounds, feel textures, taste flavors, smell aromas. Yet none of these qualities exist in the neural impulses themselves. They're constructions created by your brain. Your neural impulses are colorless, silent, and odorless. Your brain interprets them and creates sensory experiences. This has profound philosophical implications. In a sense, you never directly perceive the world. You perceive your brain's model of the world. This model is usually accurate and useful. It helps you navigate your environment and interact with other people. But it's still a model, not reality itself. And this model is shaped by your expectations, your attention, your prior experiences, your current emotional state. You don't perceive a purely objective world. You perceive an interpreted, filtered, personally meaningful version of the world. You might wonder, if my perception is constructed rather than directly reflecting reality, how do I know my perception is accurate? The answer is that your brain is constantly checking its predictions against incoming sensory information. If your predictions don't match what you're actually perceiving, this mismatch signals that you need to update your model. This process of prediction and error correction is how learning happens. Each time you discover that your expectations are wrong, your brain updates its model of how the world works. Over time, through countless cycles of prediction and correction, your brain builds an increasingly accurate model of the world. But this also means that your brain is vulnerable to systematic biases and illusions. If your brain's predictions are consistently wrong, you might develop a distorted model of reality. This is what happens in various psychological conditions. In depression, the brain's predictions become biased toward negative outcomes. You're more likely to interpret ambiguous social cues as rejection, more likely to predict failure. In anxiety disorders, the brain's threat detection system becomes oversensitive. It predicts danger where there is none, creating a constant state of vigilance and worry. These are not character flaws or conscious choices. They're distortions in how your nervous system processes and predicts sensory information. Understanding this can be liberating. It means that if your perceptions are biased or distorted, you're not simply weak or broken. Your nervous system is working according to its own logic, making predictions based on past experience and current state. And just as these biases can be learned, they can be unlearned. Through conscious attention and practice, you can gradually retrain your nervous system to make different predictions, to perceive situations differently, to respond in new ways. Let's consider one more aspect of sensory perception: attention. We mentioned earlier that attention is the brain's way of prioritizing certain sensory information while dampening other information. But attention is not just about which sensory information reaches your consciousness. it also shapes what you actually perceive. In a classic experiment called the invisible gorilla test, participants were asked to watch a video of people passing a basketball and to count the passes. While they were focusing on counting, a person in a gorilla suit walked through the scene. Remarkably, about half of the participants didn't notice the gorilla. They were paying such close attention to the basketball passes that they literally didn't see the gorilla, even though it was right there in front of them. This illustrates a principle called inattentional blindness. You don't see things you're not paying attention to, even if they're directly in your visual field. Your attention acts as a filter, determining not just what you're conscious of, but what you actually perceive. This has profound implications for how you move through the world. You're not passively perceiving everything around you. You're actively selecting what to perceive based on your attention, your interests, your goals. In a sense, you're each living in a slightly different perceptual world, shaped by where you direct your attention. This brings us to a beautiful realization. By consciously directing your attention, you have some power over what you perceive and experience. If you're suffering and feeling stuck, one approach is to consciously shift your attention to aspects of your situation that are more positive, more manageable, more hopeful. This isn't about denying the reality of your suffering. It's about recognizing that your nervous system's perception is shaped by your attention, and by changing where you direct your attention, you can change what you perceive, which changes your experience. Let's drift now into one of the most mysterious and beautiful aspects of your nervous system. Memory. Memory is not a single thing. It's not like a video recording stored in a particular location in your brain, ready to be played back whenever you want to remember something. Instead, memory is a process, a dynamic reconstruction that happens each time you remember. Your memories are distributed throughout your brain, encoded in patterns of neural connections, waiting to be reactivated when something triggers their recall. There are different types of memory, each serving different functions and relying on different neural systems. Let's start with sensory memory, the most fleeting form of memory. Sensory memory lasts only a fraction of a second. It's the brief persistence of a sensory impression after the stimulus has gone away. If someone flashes a light in front of you, even after the light disappears, there's a brief moment where you still see a faint trace of it. This is sensory memory. It's incredibly brief, but it serves an important function. It allows your brain to integrate sensory information across brief time intervals, creating a sense of continuity and smoothness in your perception. From sensory memory, information passes into short-term or working memory, which lasts for seconds to minutes. Working memory is the memory you're using right now as you listen to these words. You're holding in mind the current sentence, the ideas we've been discussing, perhaps something you need to do later. Your working memory is active and conscious. You're aware of the information held there, but working memory is also limited. Most people can hold about 7 items in working memory at a time, plus or minus 2. Try to remember a phone number you've just heard but haven't written down. You can probably do it by repeating it to yourself over and over. But try to remember 2 phone numbers at once without repeating, and it becomes much harder. Your working memory is saturated. Working memory is not located in a single brain region. Instead, it involves the prefrontal cortex, maintaining activity in distributed patterns of neurons. The prefrontal cortex is essentially keeping certain neural patterns active in a state of ongoing firing. This active maintenance requires energy and is effortful. This is why focusing your attention on something is mentally tiring. The longer you try to hold information in working memory, the harder it becomes to maintain, and the more likely information will fade or be displaced by new information. From working memory, information can transition into long-term memory, which can last from hours to a lifetime. But not all information from working memory becomes long-term memory. In fact, most of it doesn't. Every day, you encounter vast amounts of information, but you retain only a tiny fraction of it. What determines whether something makes the transition from working memory to long-term memory? Several factors are important. Repetition helps. The more you rehearse something, the more likely it is to become a long-term memory. Emotional significance helps. Things that make you feel strong emotions are more likely to be remembered. Meaningfulness helps. Information that connects to things you already know and care about is more likely to be retained. And attention helps. Information you pay close attention to is more likely to become a long-term memory than information you pay little attention to. Long-term memory is itself divided into different types. Declarative memory, also called explicit memory, consists of things you can consciously recall and verbally express. Declarative memories include facts, semantic memories, and personal experiences, episodic memories. You can declare them, you can say what they are. When someone asks you what your mother's name is, you can tell them. That's a semantic memory. When someone asks you to describe your last birthday, you can recount the experience. That's an episodic memory. Procedural memory, also called implicit memory, consists of skills and habits that you demonstrate through performance rather than through conscious recall. Procedural memories include things like how to ride a bicycle, how to type, how to play a musical instrument, how to swing a golf club. You don't consciously remember the steps involved in riding a bicycle the way you consciously remember facts. Instead, you just get on a bicycle and your body knows what to do. Procedural memory is often called muscle memory, though it's important to realize that the memory isn't actually stored in the muscles. It's stored in your nervous system, in motor circuits that have been refined through practice. One of the most fascinating aspects of memory is a phenomenon called priming. Priming is the implicit influence of prior experience on current behavior without conscious awareness. If you see the word bread, you're more likely to subsequently think of the word butter because these words are associated in your memory. If you see a series of pictures of animals, you're more likely to interpret an ambiguous image as an animal. If you read a passage about elderly people, you're more likely to walk slower afterward without realizing it. Priming happens without your conscious awareness, but it profoundly influences your perception and behavior. Now, let's explore the neural basis of memory formation. When you learn something, your brain physically changes. New synaptic connections form, existing connections strengthen. We discussed earlier the principle of Hebbian learning. Neurons that fire together wire together. When two neurons repeatedly fire together, the synapse between them strengthens. This strengthening can last for days, weeks, or a lifetime, creating a persistent physical trace of the learning. The strengthening of synapses happens through a process called long-term potentiation, or LTP. Long-term potentiation occurs when a presynaptic neuron, the one sending the signal, fires at the same time as a postsynaptic neuron, the one receiving the signal, experiences strong stimulation from other inputs. Under these conditions, the synapse between them strengthens. Specifically, molecules called AMPA receptors are inserted into the postsynaptic membrane, making the synapse more sensitive to future signals. Additionally, the presynaptic neuron may release more neurotransmitter in the future, further strengthening the synapse. Long-term potentiation can last for hours or indefinitely, and it's believed to be one of the fundamental mechanisms underlying learning and memory. There's also a complementary process called long-term depression, or LTD, where synapses weaken. Long-term depression occurs when a presynaptic neuron fires without strong postsynaptic stimulation. In this case, AMPA receptors are removed from the postsynaptic membrane, making the synapse less sensitive. Both LTP and LTD are important for learning. Learning isn't just about strengthening some synapses, it's also about weakening others, pruning away connections that are not useful. The hippocampus, that seahorse-shaped structure we mentioned earlier, plays a crucial role in forming new long-term memories. The hippocampus is not where long-term memories are stored. That happens throughout the cortex. Instead, the hippocampus is involved in consolidating memories, in transferring them from short-term to long-term storage. People with damage to their hippocampus often have difficulty forming new long-term memories. They can maintain information in working memory and can recall old memories from before their injury, but they can't store new information into long-term memory. This tragic condition reveals just how essential the hippocampus is to memory formation. Let's pause for a moment and consider the process of memory consolidation. When you learn something new, the memory doesn't become stable immediately. It enters a period of vulnerability where it can be disrupted or even lost. During sleep, particularly during REM sleep, the sleep stage where you have vivid dreams, your hippocampus replays the experiences you had during the day. This replay seems to be crucial for consolidating memories from short-term to long-term storage. The replaying of experiences during sleep is thought to gradually shift the storage of memories from the hippocampus to the cortex. This is one reason why sleep is so important for learning. Without adequate sleep, you don't consolidate memories well. There's something quite beautiful about this. While you're dreaming, your brain is working to integrate your daytime experiences into your long-term memory. Your dreams might seem random and nonsensical, but beneath the surface, something very meaningful is happening. Your brain is processing your experiences, extracting what's important, storing it for future use. In a sense, your dreams are your brain's way of maintaining and updating its understanding of your world. Let's consider emotional memory, which is processed somewhat differently from neutral memories. Emotional experiences are remembered more vividly and more persistently than neutral experiences. This makes evolutionary sense. If you had a frightening or dangerous experience, it's important for your brain to remember it so you can avoid similar dangers in the future. This emotional memory is mediated by the amygdala, your brain's emotional alarm system. When you have a strong emotional experience, your amygdala becomes activated. The amygdala releases norepinephrine, a neurotransmitter that enhances memory consolidation. It's as if the amygdala is telling the rest of your brain, pay attention, this is important, remember this. This is why you have vivid memories of emotionally significant events, birthdays, graduations, accidents, moments of great joy or sorrow. You can probably remember in detail what you were doing on September 11th, 2001, if you were old enough to experience that day, or where you were when you heard about a significant personal loss, or the exact moment you saw someone you loved after a long separation. These are called flashbulb memories because they seem to be burned into your memory like a photograph exposed in a flash. But here's something interesting. Flashbulb memories, while vivid and confident, are not actually more accurate than other memories. Your brain's confidence in the memory doesn't correspond to the accuracy of the memory. You might remember exactly what you were wearing or what song was playing, but misremember the actual facts of what happened. This is a humbling reminder that vivid memories can be confidently wrong. Let's talk about false memories, because they reveal something profound about how memory works. False memories are memories of events that never happened, or memories of events that happened differently than you remember them. False memories can be created surprisingly easily. In classic studies by cognitive psychologist Elizabeth Loftus, researchers were able to create false memories by having people imagine scenes repeatedly, or by suggesting to them that something happened when it didn't. Over time, people came to remember the suggested event as real, with sensory details and emotional content. They weren't lying. They genuinely believed they remembered something that never actually happened. This might seem disturbing. If your memories can be false, how can you trust them? But it's actually a reflection of something important about how your memory works. Your memory is not a recording device. It's a constructive process. Every time you remember something, you're reconstructing that memory from distributed neural patterns. And during this reconstruction, your memory can be influenced by current knowledge, current beliefs, current emotions, and suggestions from others. Your memory is constantly being updated, reinterpreted, and revised based on your current understanding of the world. This is one reason why eyewitness testimony, while often compelling and confident, is not as reliable as people used to think. A witness might genuinely and confidently remember details of a crime, but those memories might be incorrect. They might have been influenced by suggestions from investigators, by leading questions, by their own expectations, or by information they learned after the event. The i.e., confidence of a witness doesn't predict the accuracy of their testimony. Understanding this about memory can be both humbling and liberating. Humbling because it means you can't trust your memories completely. They're fallible reconstructions rather than accurate recordings. Liberating because it means you have more power over your memories than you might have thought. If memories are reconstructed each time you remember them, then the act of remembering is an opportunity to revise and update those memories. By consciously thinking about your past experiences in new ways, by reframing them, by considering different interpretations, you can gradually change your memories and their emotional impact. This is, in fact, the basis of many psychotherapies. Trauma-focused therapy often involves helping people process traumatic memories, essentially helping them reconstruct those memories in ways that are less emotionally overwhelming. By revisiting the traumatic memory in a safe environment, by confronting the experience consciously rather than avoiding it, by integrating new information about what happened, people can gradually change the emotional impact of the memory. Let's consider another fascinating aspect of memory: the reminiscence bump. The reminiscence bump is the tendency for older people to have more memories from their late teens and early 20s than from other periods in their lives. If you ask someone in their 70s to name as many memories as they can, they'll probably mention disproportionately many events from when they were teenagers or in their early 20s. Why? Several factors seem to contribute. These are often important years developmentally. You're establishing your identity, forming important relationships, having new experiences. Emotionally significant events are better remembered. And perhaps these years are remembered better because they're relatively recent by the standards of a long life, but they're also far enough in the past that you've had time to consolidate and refine those memories. The reminiscence bump reveals something poignant about memory and aging. As you age, you accumulate memories, yet your ability to form new memories sometimes declines. The memories that stand out, the ones you return to repeatedly, tend to be from periods of significance, periods when you were actively becoming who you are. In a sense, your memory landscape is shaped by the important moments and periods of your life. Let's talk about memory disorders, because they reveal something about how normal memory works. In Alzheimer's disease, the loss of memory is typically gradual and progressive. Early on, people might have difficulty remembering recent events, while older memories remain intact. As the disease progresses, memory loss becomes more severe, and eventually people lose not just memories of events, but also knowledge of facts they once knew well. Ultimately, people with advanced Alzheimer's might not remember their own names or recognize people they've known for decades. This progression reveals the different neural basis of different types of memories. Older memories seem to be more distributed throughout the cortex, stored in more robust patterns. Newer memories depend more on the medial temporal lobe, including the hippocampus, which is one of the first regions affected by Alzheimer's pathology. As the disease progresses and spreads throughout the cortex, even these distributed, older memories are lost. Another memory disorder is Korsakoff syndrome, which results from severe thiamine, vitamin B1 deficiency, often associated with chronic alcoholism. People with Korsakoff syndrome have particular difficulty with memory for recent events, while their older memories remain relatively intact. But they also often experience confabulation. They unconsciously fill in gaps in their memory with false information. They don't realize they're confabulating. They genuinely believe the false information they're generating. This reveals that memory has a kind of integrity preservation mechanism. When you can't remember something, your brain doesn't like to admit the gap. Instead, it fills in the gap with something that seems plausible, maintaining a sense of continuity and coherence. Let's consider the concept of memory reconsolidation. For many years, Scientists thought that once a memory was consolidated into long-term storage, it became stable and unchanging. But research has revealed that memories can be destabilized and reconsolidated. When you retrieve a memory, it enters a labile state where it can be modified before being reconsolidated. This means that every time you remember something, you're not just accessing an existing memory, you're potentially modifying it. This has important implications. It means that traumatic memories can potentially be modified through therapeutic processes that involve retrieving and reconsolidating them. It also means that the more you talk about or think about something, the more you're potentially modifying your memory of it. If you retell a story many times, your memory of that story might gradually change, becoming more polished, more entertaining, perhaps less accurate. You're not consciously changing it. Instead, each time you reconstruct the memory, it's slightly different, and each reconstruction becomes the template for the next. Take a moment and think about your most cherished memories. Memories of important people, important events, important moments. How many times have you recalled these memories? How many times have you told the stories to others? Each time you've reconstructed these memories, they've been subject to modification, to gradual changes. The memory you have now might be different in important ways from the original experience. Some details might be clearer, having been reinforced by multiple retellings. Other details might have faded or been distorted. Emotionally, the memory might have changed, become warmer, more bittersweet, more meaningful. In a sense, your memories are not fixed records of your past. They're living narratives, constantly being rewritten. And in being rewritten, they're integrating new understanding, new perspective, new meaning. Your memory is one of the ways you make sense of your life, the way you weave your experiences into a narrative that connects your past to your present and your future. Now let's gently explore the realm of emotion, that profoundly human dimension of experience that colors everything you do and think and feel. Emotion is sometimes portrayed as the opposite of reason, as something that interferes with clear thinking. But the truth is far more nuanced and far more beautiful. Emotion and reason are not opposites. They're partners, constantly working together to help you navigate your world, to make decisions, to connect with others, to find meaning in your life. What exactly is an emotion? This is a question that philosophers and neuroscientists have debated for centuries, and there's still no complete consensus. But we can say that an emotion is a complex state involving physiological changes, subjective feelings, cognitive appraisals, and behavioral responses, all orchestrated by your nervous system in response to a stimulus. When you feel fear, your heart rate increases, your breathing becomes shallow, your muscles tense, you have a subjective feeling of dread, you're thinking about potential dangers, and you're motivated to run away or freeze. All of this happens as an integrated whole, coordinated by your nervous system. Your brain contains multiple emotional systems, each with its own anatomical basis, its own evolutionary history, and its own functions. Let's start with the limbic system, particularly the amygdala, which we've touched on before. The amygdala is your emotional alarm system, exquisitely tuned to detect threats. The amygdala receives sensory information both directly from the thalamus and indirectly through the sensory cortex. The direct pathway from the thalamus to the amygdala is quicker. It gets the information to your amygdala with minimal processing. This allows for rapid threat detection. Your amygdala can respond to potential danger faster than your conscious mind can even register what's happening. This rapid, largely unconscious threat detection is adaptive. If you're walking in the woods and you see something that looks like a snake, it's better to jump back first and then consciously consider whether it's actually a snake. The amygdala detects the snake-like shape and triggers a fear response. By the time your conscious mind has finished analyzing the visual information, you're already safely out of the way. If it turned out to be a stick, well, you've made a false alarm, but that's less costly than the alternative. failing to detect an actual snake and being bitten. This explains why you can sometimes feel afraid without consciously knowing why. Your amygdala has detected something threatening at an unconscious level, and it's triggered a fear response before your conscious mind has had a chance to identify what's frightening you. Once you consciously identify the threat, your prefrontal cortex can then evaluate whether the fear is justified and can help you manage it. But that initial, unconscious fear response often comes first. The amygdala doesn't just detect threats, it also responds to emotionally significant stimuli of all types, things that matter to you, things that are important. The amygdala gives emotional salience to information, tagging it as important. Information that passes through the amygdala is more likely to be remembered, more likely to influence your future behavior. In this way, the amygdala helps ensure that you remember what's important. Now let's consider another crucial structure, the insula. The insula is involved in interoception, the sensing of your body's internal state. The insula monitors your heart rate, your breathing, your digestion, your temperature, your pain, your other bodily sensations. The insula is also involved in emotion. It helps you be aware of your emotional state. When you feel anxious, the insula is registering your increased heart rate, your tense muscles, and communicating this information to other parts of your brain. When you feel contentment, the insula is registering your relaxed body state. The insula is also involved in empathy and understanding other people's emotions. When you see someone in pain, your insula activates as if you were experiencing that pain yourself. This mirroring of another person's internal state might be the neural basis of empathy. You're not just recognizing that someone else is in pain. You're simulating that pain in your own body, giving you a felt sense of what they're experiencing. Let's pause for a moment and consider the role of the prefrontal cortex in emotion regulation. Your prefrontal cortex, particularly the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, is involved in evaluating emotional information, in assigning value to different outcomes, in making decisions in the context of emotion. The prefrontal cortex is also involved in regulating the amygdala's response. When you consciously think about a fear-inducing situation and remind yourself that you're safe, your prefrontal cortex is essentially sending signals to your amygdala saying, "Calm down, this isn't actually dangerous." This prefrontal amygdala interaction is crucial for emotional regulation. People who have good emotion regulation skills tend to have strong connections between their prefrontal cortex and their amygdala. They're able to consciously evaluate their emotional responses and modulate them. People with anxiety disorders or trauma-related disorders often show weaker prefrontal amygdala connections. Their amygdala is more easily triggered, and their prefrontal cortex has less ability to regulate the amygdala's response. But the good news is that these connections can be strengthened through practice. Therapy techniques like cognitive behavioral therapy work, in part, by strengthening prefrontal amygdala connections. Through repeated exposure to feared situations in a safe context, and through consciously reappraising those situations, the brain gradually builds stronger connections between the prefrontal cortex and amygdala. Let's talk about the neurotransmitter systems involved in emotion. Dopamine, which we've discussed as the motivation and reward neurotransmitter, plays a crucial role in emotion. When you experience something rewarding, whether it's eating something delicious, achieving a goal, or spending time with someone you love, dopamine is released. Dopamine doesn't just feel good. It also motivates you to seek out similar experiences in the future. It's the neurotransmitter of anticipation and desire. Interestingly, dopamine is released not just when you experience a reward, but also when you anticipate a reward. In fact, dopamine release in anticipation of a reward might be more significant for motivation than dopamine release after the reward. This is why the anticipation of something you're looking forward to can feel so good. Your dopamine system is already activated, already motivating you toward that future experience. When you actually experience the reward, dopamine might increase further, but the peak dopamine might come during the anticipation phase. This explains why sometimes the actual experience is less satisfying than the anticipation. The anticipated dopamine surge is higher than the actual dopamine surge. Serotonin, which we've discussed as being involved in mood regulation, is also involved in emotional processing more broadly. Serotonin is involved in your sense of well-being, your capacity for enjoyment, your resilience in the face of stress. People with depression often have low serotonin activity. People who are resilient and emotionally stable tend to have healthy serotonin function. This is why selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs, are often prescribed for depression and anxiety. These medications increase the availability of serotonin in your brain by preventing its reuptake, preventing it from being recycled back into the neuron that released it. Let's consider oxytocin, sometimes called the bonding hormone or the love hormone. Oxytocin is released during bonding experiences, when you hug someone you care about, when you experience physical affection, when you make eye contact with someone you trust. Oxytocin promotes trust, reduces fear and anxiety, and enhances your sense of connection with others. Some studies suggest that oxytocin might be involved in the development of social bonds and romantic attachment. A mother's oxytocin increases when she's with her infant, promoting bonding and caregiving behavior. But oxytocin's effects are more complex than simply promoting love and connection. In some contexts, oxytocin can actually increase in-group favoritism, promoting cooperation within your group while potentially increasing wariness toward out-group members. This suggests that oxytocin's effects are context-dependent and more nuanced than the simplistic love hormone label suggests. Now let's talk about basic emotions, the emotions that seem to be universal across human cultures and that have clear behavioral and physiological signatures. Psychologist Paul Ekman identified 6 basic emotions: happiness, sadness, fear, anger, surprise, and disgust. Each of these emotions involves characteristic facial expressions that are recognized across cultures, suggesting that they're innate rather than learned. Each also involves distinctive physiological changes and behavioral tendencies. Fear, as we've discussed, involves activation of the amygdala, increases in heart rate and blood pressure, shallow breathing, and the tendency toward escape or avoidance. Anger involves activation of different brain regions than fear, particularly the orbital prefrontal cortex, increases in heart rate and blood pressure, like fear, but also characteristic facial expressions showing teeth, like an aggressive threat display, and the tendency toward approach and confrontation rather than avoidance. Sadness involves activation of different brain regions still, particularly the ventromedial prefrontal cortex and the anterior cingulate cortex, and is characterized by a tendency toward withdrawal and introspection. Sadness serves important functions. It signals to others that you need support and comfort. It causes you to pause and reflect on what went wrong. It motivates you to change something about your situation. Happiness or joy involves the reward system, particularly dopamine release, and is characterized by approach-oriented behavior and social engagement. Disgust involves aversion and involves regions of the insular and anterior cingulate. Disgust originally evolved as a response to biological threats like contaminated food, but it's also involved in moral judgment. We experience moral disgust at actions we consider wrong or immoral. Surprise is a brief emotion characterized by widened eyes and attention turning toward the surprising stimulus. Surprise serves the function of drawing your attention to unexpected events that might be important for your survival or well-being. These basic emotions are thought to have evolved because they served important functions for survival and social interaction. They motivated appropriate behavioral responses to different environmental challenges, and they communicated your internal state to others, allowing for social coordination and empathy. But humans also experience complex emotions, emotions that are combinations or elaborations of basic emotions, or emotions that don't fit neatly into the basic emotion categories. Jealousy, envy, pride, shame, guilt, love, nostalgia, longing. These complex emotions emerge from the activity of your whole brain, from the integration of multiple emotional systems, from your understanding of yourself and others, from your values and goals. Let's consider shame and guilt, which are closely related but distinct emotions. Guilt is the feeling that you've done something wrong. You feel guilty about a specific action, something you did that violated your values or hurt someone. Shame, by contrast, is the feeling that you yourself are wrong. Shame involves a sense of the self as fundamentally flawed or deficient. This distinction matters because it has different implications. Guilt can motivate you to repair harm, to apologize, to change your behavior. Shame often leads to withdrawal, hiding, and a sense of hopelessness. The distinction between guilt and shame reveals something important about emotion. Emotions are not just feelings, they're interpretations, judgments about yourself and your situation. The same behavior can lead to guilt or shame depending on how you interpret it. You might feel guilty about snapping at a friend and interpret it as, I did something wrong, I need to apologize. Or you might feel ashamed and interpret it as, I'm a terrible person, I'm unworthy of friendship. The physiological and emotional components might be similar, but the cognitive interpretation is very different, and that interpretation profoundly affects what happens next. Let's take a breath and consider something profound. Your emotions are not simply reactions to external events. They're constructed by your brain, shaped by your interpretations, influenced by your expectations and prior experiences. This is sometimes called the constructionist view of emotion, and it's increasingly supported by neuroscience research. According to this view, your brain uses prior emotional experiences, cultural learning, and contextual information to construct an emotional response in the moment. This has important implications. It means that the same event can elicit different emotions depending on context and interpretation. A loud noise might elicit fear if you're walking alone at night and interpret it as threatening. The same noise might elicit curiosity if you're walking in a park during the day and interpret it as coming from an interesting source. The sound itself is the same. The emotion is different because your brain's construction of the situation is different. This understanding can be empowering. It suggests that you have more power over your emotions than you might have thought. By consciously reinterpreting situations, by changing how you think about your experiences, you can influence your emotional responses. This is the basis of cognitive therapy, the idea that changing your thoughts and interpretations can change your emotions. But it's important to note that this doesn't mean emotions are purely cognitive, or that you can simply think your way out of difficult emotions. Emotions have physiological bases. They involve your body as well as your mind. Sometimes, changing your physiology can influence your emotions. Taking deep breaths can calm your nervous system and reduce anxiety. Moving your body, stretching, exercising can influence your mood. Social connection can influence your emotional state. Emotions are whole-body phenomena, and addressing them effectively often requires attending to both the psychological and the physiological dimensions. Let's consider emotional contagion, the tendency to catch other people's emotions. When you're around someone who's happy, you tend to become happier. When you're around someone who's anxious, you tend to become more anxious. This emotional contagion happens partially through conscious empathy. You recognize their emotional state, and your mood shifts in response. But it also happens at a more automatic level through processes like mimicry and the mirror neuron system. When you perceive someone's emotional expression, mirror neurons in your brain activate as if you were making that expression. This mirroring creates a kind of simulation of their emotional state in your own brain, which contributes to feeling empathy and to emotional contagion. This has profound implications for your social environment. The people you spend time with influence your emotional state. The emotional climate of your home, your workplace, your community affects how you feel. This is one reason why social isolation is so harmful to mental health. You lose the emotional regulation benefits of positive social interaction. It's also one reason why spending time with supportive, positive people can be so beneficial. Let's explore the relationship between emotion and memory again, from the emotional perspective. Emotional memories are formed differently than neutral memories. When you have a strong emotional experience, your amygdala releases norepinephrine, which enhances memory consolidation. But this enhancement comes at a cost. Emotional memories tend to be more vivid and resistant to forgetting, but they also tend to be less accurate, more subject to distortion and false details. This is adaptive from an evolutionary perspective. It's important to remember threats and dangers vividly and persistently. But it can be problematic if the emotional memory becomes fixed in an inaccurate way. This is relevant to trauma. Traumatic memories are intensely emotional, and they tend to be particularly vivid and persistent. But they also tend to be fragmented and prone to intrusive recall. People with post-traumatic stress disorder often experience unwanted intrusions of the traumatic memory, flashbacks where the memory is re-experienced with full emotional intensity. Understanding the neurobiology of trauma-related memory has led to new approaches to treating trauma, including techniques like prolonged exposure therapy and EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, that seem to help people process traumatic memories in ways that reduce their emotional impact and their tendency toward intrusive recall. Let's consider the broader question. What is the purpose of emotion? Why do you have emotions? Emotions are sometimes portrayed as primitive, as relics of our evolutionary past that interfere with rational thought. But emotions serve crucial functions. Emotions provide rapid evaluation of situations. Before your conscious mind has finished analyzing a situation, your emotional system has already evaluated whether it's good or bad, safe or dangerous, worth approaching or worth avoiding. Emotions motivate action. They push you toward things that are beneficial and away from things that are harmful. Emotions communicate with others. Your facial expressions and body language convey your emotional state, allowing others to understand how you're feeling and to respond appropriately. Emotions also integrate information from multiple systems in your body and brain. When you're considering an important decision, your emotional state reflects all the knowledge and experience your brain has acquired. Your gut feeling about something, which is actually processing from your enteric nervous system, your limbic system, and your cortical systems all integrated together, often contains wisdom that your conscious, rational analysis might miss. People who have damage to the emotional systems of their brain, while they might seem rationally intact, often make poor real-world decisions because they've lost the emotional guidance that helps navigate life's complex choices. Finally, emotions connect you to what matters. They make certain things important. Without emotion, everything would be equally neutral. You wouldn't care about your loved ones. You wouldn't feel motivated to achieve your goals. You wouldn't feel the beauty of a sunset or the poignancy of a piece of music. Emotion is what makes life meaningful. Let's drift now into one of the most mysterious and enchanting aspects of your nervous system's life: sleep and dreams. Sleep is not a passive state, a simple shutting down of your brain while your body rests. Instead, sleep is an active, dynamic state where your brain engages in crucial processes, consolidating memories, processing emotions, restoring neurochemical balance, maintaining your immune system. Sleep is, in many ways, when your nervous system does some of its most important work. Your sleep-wake cycle is governed by your circadian rhythm, a roughly 24-hour biological cycle that regulates many aspects of your physiology. Your circadian rhythm is controlled by a small structure in your brain called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, located just above where your optic nerves cross. The suprachiasmatic nucleus receives direct input from your eyes about the light in your environment. When it's light, your suprachiasmatic nucleus signals wakefulness and suppresses melatonin, the hormone that promotes sleep. When it's dark, your suprachiasmatic nucleus allows melatonin production to increase, promoting sleepiness. This light-dependent regulation of your circadian rhythm is why exposure to bright light in the morning can help you wake up and feel alert, while exposure to bright light in the evening can make it hard to fall asleep. It's also why jet lag happens. When you travel across time zones, your circadian rhythm is out of sync with the local light-dark cycle. Your body thinks it's time to be asleep when the local sun is up, or thinks it's time to be awake when the local sun is down. Gradually, over several days, your circadian rhythm adjusts to the new light-dark cycle, and jet lag resolves. Understanding your circadian rhythm is important for sleep hygiene, the practices that promote good sleep. Consistent sleep-wake times help maintain your circadian rhythm. Exposure to bright light in the morning helps advance your circadian rhythm and promotes morning alertness. Avoidance of bright light in the evening, particularly blue light from screens, helps prevent circadian rhythm disruption and promotes evening sleepiness. Creating a dark, cool, quiet sleep environment all support healthy sleep. All of these practices work by respecting and supporting your natural circadian rhythm. Now, let's explore the different stages of sleep. Sleep is not a uniform state. Instead, you cycle through different stages throughout the night, each with distinct neural characteristics and functions. When you first fall asleep, you enter non-REM sleep, which is divided into 3 stages of progressively deeper sleep. In stage 1 non-REM sleep, which lasts just a few minutes, you're transitioning from wakefulness to sleep. Your brain waves slow, your muscles relax, and you might experience hypnagogic hallucinations, strange sensations, or dream fragments that occur during the transition to sleep. Stage 2. Non-REM sleep involves further slowing of brain waves, with occasional bursts of activity called sleep spindles. Sleep spindles are thought to be involved in memory consolidation, particularly the consolidation of procedural memories and skills. People who have more sleep spindles tend to learn new skills more quickly, suggesting that sleep spindles contribute to skill acquisition. Stage 2. Non-REM sleep makes up a large portion of your total sleep time. Stage 3 non-REM sleep, also called slow-wave sleep or deep sleep, is characterized by very slow brain waves called delta waves. During deep sleep, your brain and body are in a profoundly restorative state. Your muscles are very relaxed. Your heart rate and breathing are slow. Your brain's metabolic activity is reduced compared to wakefulness, yet certain restorative processes are enhanced. Deep sleep is thought to be particularly important for physical restoration, for immune function, and for the consolidation of declarative memories, facts, and events. After cycling through the non-REM stages, you enter REM sleep, which stands for rapid eye movement sleep. During REM sleep, your eyes move rapidly from side to side beneath your closed eyelids. Your brain waves become faster, more similar to waking brain patterns. Your body becomes temporarily paralyzed, except for your eyes and your diaphragm, the muscle that controls breathing. This temporary paralysis is called rematonia, and it might serve the function of preventing you from acting out your dreams and injuring yourself. REM sleep is when most vivid dreaming occurs. During REM sleep, your brain shows heightened activity in regions involved in emotion, in memory, in visual and auditory processing, while regions involved in rational thought and self-awareness show reduced activity. It's as if your brain is in a state of emotionally intense, imaginative play, freed from the constraints of logic and rationality that normally guide your thinking. You cycle through these sleep stages repeatedly throughout the night, typically completing 4 to 6 full cycles. Early in the night, you spend more time in deep non-REM sleep. Later in the night, you spend more time in REM sleep. This is why sleep early in the night is particularly important for physical restoration and immune function, while sleep later in the night is particularly important for emotional processing and memory consolidation. Let's pause and consider what happens when you're sleep deprived. Sleep deprivation impairs your cognitive function, your emotional regulation, your immune function, your metabolism. After just one night of poor sleep, you experience reduced attention and alertness. Your emotional reactivity increases. You're more likely to feel irritable or to overreact emotionally. After several nights of sleep deprivation, cognitive impairment becomes severe. Your ability to think clearly, to make decisions, to learn new information all deteriorate significantly. Long-term sleep deprivation has been associated with increased risk of many health problems, including obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and cognitive decline. Yet despite the clear importance of sleep, many people don't get adequate sleep. Work schedules, social obligations, the stimulation of screens and technology, stress and anxiety all conspire to keep people awake. This epidemic of sleep deprivation is one of the health challenges of modern life. Ironically, despite knowing that sleep is important, many people treat sleep as a luxury to be sacrificed, rather than as a necessity like food or water. Now, let's explore dreams more deeply. What are dreams? Why do we have them? Dreams are the subjective experiences that occur during sleep, particularly during REM sleep, though some dreaming also occurs during non-REM sleep. Dreams often seem bizarre and illogical. You might find yourself in impossible situations, flying, walking through walls, encountering people who are also other people somehow, experiencing events in rapid succession that don't make logical sense. Yet while dreaming, these bizarre scenarios feel real and emotionally significant. For centuries, people have tried to interpret dreams, to find meaning in them. Sigmund Freud famously proposed that dreams are the royal road to the unconscious, that they reveal hidden desires and conflicts. Carl Jung saw dreams as containing wisdom from the unconscious, as messages from parts of yourself that you're not consciously aware of. Many cultures have viewed dreams as having spiritual significance, as messages from gods or ancestors, or as windows into other realms. From a neuroscience perspective, dreams are products of your brain's activity during sleep, particularly during REM sleep. During REM sleep, your brain is highly active, but it's not receiving coherent sensory input from the external world the way it does when you're awake. Instead, your brain is generating activity from within itself. Your cortex is generating patterns of activity based on your memories, your emotions, your concerns. Your brain is trying to make sense of this internally generated activity by constructing a narrative, a story. This story is your dream. One influential theory of dreams is the activation synthesis hypothesis. According to this view, during REM sleep, your brainstem generates random activity, essentially noise. Your cortex takes this random activity and tries to synthesize it into a coherent story. Your brain's narrative systems kick in, trying to make sense of the chaos. This is why dreams often seem bizarre. Your brain is trying to construct a coherent narrative out of essentially random neural activity. The bizarreness of dreams isn't a bug, it's a feature of the process. But this doesn't mean dreams are meaningless. Even though dreams might arise from random neural activity, the way your brain synthesizes that activity into a story is shaped by your concerns, your emotions, your memories, your personality. Your dreams reflect what matters to you. A person facing a major life decision might have dreams about different possible choices. A person dealing with anxiety might have dreams about threatening scenarios. A person processing grief might have dreams about the person they've lost. There's also evidence that dreams might serve important functions. Dreams seem to be involved in emotional processing. During REM sleep, particularly during dreaming, the parts of your brain involved in emotion are highly active, while the parts involved in rational thought are less active. This might allow you to process emotional experiences without the constraints of rationality interfering. Traumatic or disturbing experiences might be processed in dreams, allowing your brain to integrate them into memory and to reduce their emotional intensity. Dreams also seem to be involved in memory consolidation and creative problem solving. During REM sleep, different parts of your brain are activated and connected in ways that don't typically happen during wakefulness. This unusual pattern of brain activity might facilitate new connections between ideas, allowing creative insights to emerge. Many creative people have reported that solutions to problems came to them in dreams, or that dreams were sources of creative inspiration. Let's consider the experience of lucid dreaming, where you become aware that you're dreaming while you're still in the dream. During lucid dreaming, you're in REM sleep. Your brain is in the dream state, but parts of your brain involved in self-awareness and metacognition, thinking about your own thinking, become more active. This allows you to realize you're dreaming and, to some extent, to exert control over the dream. Some people find lucid dreaming valuable for creative problem solving, for emotional exploration, or simply for the interesting experience of consciously exploring the dream state. Now let's consider what happens to your brain during wakefulness after sleep. When you wake up, you transition from the deep, internal focus of sleep to the external, sensory-focused state of wakefulness. Your brain's activity pattern shifts. Areas involved in external attention become more active. Areas involved in internal focus become less active. Yet the effects of sleep persist. Your brain is better able to consolidate memories from the day before. Your mood is more stable. Your cognitive function is sharper. Understanding sleep's importance has led to changes in how we think about sleep. For many years, particularly in modern Western culture, sleep was often seen as a luxury, something to be minimized in favor of work or activities. There was even a certain cultural valorization of sleep deprivation. The idea that people who needed less sleep were somehow more dedicated or impressive. But neuroscience has clearly demonstrated that adequate sleep is not a luxury. It's a biological necessity, as important as food and water for your health and functioning. Let's take a breath and consider the relationship between sleep and your sense of self. Sleep is when your conscious awareness fades. During deep non-REM sleep, there's very little conscious experience. During REM sleep and dreaming, there is conscious experience, but it's different from waking consciousness. It's not anchored to external reality. It's not guided by the same kind of rational thought. It's more emotionally intense and imaginative. In sleep, the you that you know yourself to be during waking hours retreats to some extent. Your sense of self, your ego, your sense of being a separate individual distinct from the rest of the world, is diminished. Some people find this aspect of sleep disturbing. They struggle with the loss of consciousness, with the loss of control. Others find sleep restful and restorative, precisely because it offers a break from the constant activity of the waking ego. Meditation practices sometimes aim to create states of consciousness that are similar to the deeper aspects of sleep. A quieting of the constant mental chatter, a reduction of ego-driven thought, a sense of dissolution into something larger. Let's consider sleep disorders, because they reveal something about how important sleep is. Insomnia is the most common sleep disorder, characterized by difficulty falling asleep, difficulty staying asleep, or waking too early and being unable to return to sleep. Insomnia often has psychological or medical causes. Stress, anxiety, depression, chronic pain, or medications can all disrupt sleep. Sleep apnea is a condition where breathing repeatedly stops and starts during sleep, disrupting the sleep cycle. Narcolepsy is a condition characterized by excessive daytime sleepiness and sometimes by sudden loss of muscle tone triggered by emotion. Restless leg syndrome is characterized by uncomfortable sensations in the legs and an irresistible urge to move them, particularly at night. All of these sleep disorders significantly impair quality of life and can have serious health consequences. But understanding the neural mechanisms of sleep has led to treatments. Cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia helps people change the thoughts and behaviors that maintain their insomnia. CPAP machines help people with sleep apnea maintain open airways during sleep. Medications can help manage symptoms of various sleep disorders. And importantly, Understanding the importance of sleep has led to greater recognition that sleep problems deserve medical attention, rather than being brushed off as merely inconvenient. Let's consider something profound. Your nervous system essentially shuts down consciousness each night and then brings it back online each morning. You lose hours of your life to sleep. Yet those hours are not wasted. They're essential to your functioning. Your brain uses sleep to maintain itself, to restore itself, to process your experiences, to prepare you for the next day. There's something almost poetic about this. Sleep is a kind of daily death and resurrection. Each night, your conscious self fades. Each morning, it returns. The you that goes to sleep is not quite the same as the you that wakes up. Your brain has changed slightly. Your memories have been consolidated. Your emotions have been processed. You're renewed. This brings us to the larger question: what is consciousness? Why do you lose it in sleep? What is the purpose of consciousness? These are among the deepest questions in neuroscience and philosophy, and there's no complete consensus on the answers. But we can say some things. Consciousness seems to involve the integration of information from multiple brain systems. It involves your sense of being a unified self, observing and acting in the world. It involves your ability to reflect on your own mental states. Consciousness might serve the function of allowing flexible, deliberate control over behavior. While much of your nervous system's work happens automatically and unconsciously, consciousness allows you to override automatic responses, to consider future consequences, to align your behavior with your long-term values. Consciousness might be the mechanism that allows you to transcend immediate stimulus-response reactions and to engage in abstract, future-oriented thought. But consciousness also comes at a cost. It requires tremendous neural resources. It's limited in its bandwidth. You can consciously attend to and process only a limited amount of information. Much of your brain's work happens unconsciously, outside of consciousness. In many ways, consciousness is just the tip of the iceberg, the visible portion of your brain's vast activity. Yet that visible tip shapes your sense of who you are and guides your choices. Let's gently explore how your nervous system came to be the remarkable organ it is today. The development of your nervous system began long before you were born, in the earliest stages of your existence as an embryo. Understanding how your nervous system develops reveals something profound about how you became you and how your nervous system continues to change throughout your life. Development of the nervous system begins very early in embryonic life, around the 3rd week after conception. A portion of the embryo's outer layer, called the ectoderm, begins to thicken and fold inward, forming a structure called the neural plate. The neural plate gradually folds into a tube, the neural tube, which will eventually become your brain and spinal cord. This process, called neurulation, is one of the earliest and most fundamental events in your development. If neurulation goes wrong, it can result in serious neural tube defects like spina bifida. As the neural tube develops, cells within it begin to differentiate and specialize. Some cells become neurons. Others become glial cells, the support cells of the nervous system. Still others migrate outward from the neural tube and form the peripheral nervous system. This process of neural differentiation and migration is remarkably coordinated. Chemical signals guide developing neurons to migrate to their correct locations. Neurons somehow know where they're supposed to go and what their role should be. As the developing nervous system forms, neurons begin to extend axons and dendrites, reaching out toward other neurons. Axons find their way through the developing tissue, guided by chemical markers, essentially following a trail of breadcrumbs laid down by the developing brain. Axons from one region grow toward their target regions, sometimes traveling great distances through the developing tissue. Once axons reach their target regions, they begin to form synapses with other neurons. This process of axon growth and synapse formation is called synaptogenesis, and it's a crucial phase of neural development. One of the most remarkable aspects of neural development is something called the competition for synapses. Early in development, neurons form many more synapses than will ultimately be retained. A neuron might initially form synapses with many potential partners, but over time, through a process called synaptic pruning, many of these synapses are eliminated. Synapses that are frequently used tend to be strengthened and retained. Synapses that are rarely used tend to be weakened and eliminated. This process of use-dependent pruning helps refine neural circuits, eliminating redundant or unnecessary connections and strengthening connections that are functionally important. This process of neural development is profoundly influenced by experience. Even in the womb, a developing fetus experiences stimuli, sounds, light, movement that influence how the nervous system develops. After birth, a newborn's nervous system is bombarded with sensory information and experiences. All of this experience shapes how the developing nervous system wires itself up. A child who grows up in an enriched environment with lots of stimulation and learning opportunities develops a more robust and connected nervous system than a child who grows up in an impoverished environment with little stimulation. This is why early childhood experiences are so crucial for development. There's something both sobering and hopeful about this. Sobering because it means that early adversity, trauma, neglect, deprivation can have lasting effects on how the nervous system develops, potentially affecting cognition, emotion regulation, and behavior throughout life. Hopeful because it means that the developing nervous system is plastic and responsive to experience. Even children who have experienced adversity can benefit from later positive experiences that help rewire their nervous systems toward greater resilience and well-being. Let's consider what happens during puberty, another crucial period of neural development. For many years, scientists thought that the brain was fully developed by early adulthood. But in the last couple of decades, we've learned that the brain continues to develop significantly throughout adolescence and into the early 20s. During puberty, there's another wave of synaptic pruning, particularly in the prefrontal cortex, the region involved in executive function, impulse control, and planning. There's also increased myelination, insulation of axons, which speeds up neural communication. This development of the prefrontal cortex during adolescence helps explain some of the behavioral changes of adolescence. As the prefrontal cortex develops, teenagers gradually gain better impulse control, better ability to consider future consequences, better capacity for abstract reasoning. But this development is gradual, not instantaneous. The teenage brain is in a state of transition, with some systems, particularly the reward and emotion systems, being very active and responsive, while other systems, the prefrontal control systems, are still developing. This creates the characteristic teenage experience, intense emotions and desires, coupled with sometimes questionable decision-making. Understanding the neurobiology of adolescence has important implications. It explains why adolescents are particularly vulnerable to peer influence, why they're prone to risk-taking, why they might struggle with impulse control despite being intellectually advanced. But it also suggests that adolescence is not a fixed state. With maturation and experience, the prefrontal cortex continues to develop and strengthen. By the mid-20s, the prefrontal cortex is largely mature, and adults show marked improvements in impulse control and long-term planning. Now let's consider adult neuroplasticity, the continued capacity of the adult nervous system to change and adapt. For many years, neuroscientists believed that the adult brain was largely fixed, that the patterns of neural connectivity established in childhood and adolescence were essentially unchangeable. But we now know this isn't true. The adult brain continues to be plastic and responsive to experience throughout life. Learning in adulthood causes physical changes in the brain. Learning a new language strengthens the regions of the brain involved in language processing. Learning a musical instrument strengthens the motor cortex, the auditory cortex, and the regions involved in coordinating complex movement. Learning meditation strengthens the regions involved in attention and emotion regulation. Physical exercise increases the volume of grey matter in various brain regions and promotes the growth of new neurons in the hippocampus. Even in old age, the brain retains some capacity for growth and adaptation in response to new learning and experience. This capacity for neuroplasticity means that you're not stuck with the nervous system you developed as a child or adolescent. Even patterns that were established early in your life can be modified through new learning and experience. If you grew up in a threatening environment and developed hypervigilance and anxiety as adaptive responses, you can gradually rewire your nervous system toward greater calm and resilience through therapeutic work, meditation, positive relationships, and new experiences that contradict your learned expectations. But neuroplasticity also has limits. The adult brain is less plastic than the developing brain. Learning takes longer, changes are more difficult. Brain regions that were specialized early in development are harder to retrain. There are critical periods in development where certain types of learning happen most easily. Language acquisition is easiest in early childhood. Binocular vision requires proper visual input during infancy to develop normally. If these critical periods pass without adequate input, the corresponding neural systems don't develop properly, and later remediation is difficult or impossible. This underscores the importance of early experience, while also acknowledging that adult learning and change are still possible, just sometimes more challenging. You're not locked into the neural patterns of your childhood, but you do benefit from positive, early experiences that establish good foundations for later development. Let's consider something remarkable. The developing brain produces far more neurons than the adult brain uses. During fetal development, your brain generates roughly 200 billion neurons. But by the time you're born, you have roughly 86 billion neurons. What happened to the other 100 billion? They were eliminated through programmed cell death, a process called apoptosis. This massive pruning of neurons seems counterintuitive. Why would the brain generate so many neurons just to eliminate most of them? The answer seems to be that this overproduction followed by selective elimination allows the developing brain to test different possibilities and to retain the neural patterns that are most successful. This continues after birth with synaptic pruning. You're born with far more synapses than you'll have as an adult. Through experience-dependent pruning, the synapses that get used are retained and strengthened. The synapses that don't get used are eliminated. This allows your brain to be shaped by your specific experiences and environment, rather than being locked into a genetically predetermined wiring pattern. Your individual experiences literally sculpt your developing brain. There's something quite beautiful about this. Your unique self, your personality, your abilities, your way of thinking and feeling, emerges partly from your genetic inheritance and partly from how your nervous system was sculpted by your specific experiences and environment. You're not simply the expression of a genetic blueprint. You're co-created by your genes and your life. Let's now consider aging and how your nervous system changes as you get older. The most obvious change is that most people experience some cognitive decline with age. Processing speed slows. Memory, particularly episodic memory for recent events, often declines. Attention and executive function can decline. Reaction time slows. These changes are gradual and variable. Some people experience more decline than others, and decline in one cognitive domain doesn't necessarily correlate with decline in other domains. At the neural level, aging involves several changes. The brain typically shrinks somewhat with age. Myelin, the insulation around axons, can deteriorate with age, slowing neural communication. Neurotransmitter systems can become less efficient. There's often an accumulation of proteins like tau and amyloid beta that can interfere with neural function. Inflammatory processes in the brain can increase with age. All of these changes contribute to age-related cognitive decline. But aging doesn't involve only losses. Some aspects of cognition remain relatively stable or even improve with age. Vocabulary and crystallized intelligence, the accumulated knowledge and skills built up over a lifetime, often remain stable or improve into old age. Wisdom, the ability to see situations from multiple perspectives and to apply knowledge in nuanced ways often increases with age. Emotional regulation often improves with age. Older adults tend to have better control over their emotions and more stable moods than younger adults. Social relationships, particularly with close friends and family, often become more important and more satisfying with age. The resilience and continued capacity for learning and growth in older age is remarkable. People in their 70s, 80s, and beyond can learn new skills, form new memories, and adapt to new challenges. While learning might take longer and require more effort than in younger years, it's still very possible. And in many ways, older brains are better equipped to tackle certain types of problems. They have decades of experience and pattern recognition to draw on. This brings us to the topic of neurodegenerative diseases, conditions like Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease, where the nervous system gradually deteriorates. Alzheimer's disease involves the accumulation of amyloid beta and tau proteins that damage neurons and disrupt neural communication. As the disease progresses, neurons die, brain regions shrink, and cognitive decline becomes severe. Parkinson's disease involves the loss of dopamine-producing neurons in a region called the substantia nigra. This leads to tremor, rigidity, and difficulty initiating movement. Other neurodegenerative diseases like ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, involve selective loss of motor neurons, leading to progressive paralysis. These diseases are devastating and currently incurable, though treatments exist that can help manage symptoms. Understanding the neural mechanisms of these diseases is an area of intensive research, with scientists hoping to develop interventions that can slow or stop neurodegeneration. But even in the face of neurodegenerative disease, the nervous system sometimes shows remarkable resilience. People with early-stage Alzheimer's disease might be able to compensate for memory loss through external aids and strategies. People with Parkinson's disease who engage in physical activity and therapy often do better than those who don't. The nervous system's remaining capacity for adaptation and compensation is sometimes enough to maintain quality of life, even in the face of disease. Let's pause and reflect on the entire arc of nervous system development from conception through aging. Your nervous system begins as a simple tube and gradually differentiates and specializes into an extraordinarily complex structure. It develops rapidly during fetal life and early childhood, more gradually during later childhood and adolescence. It remains plastic and capable of learning and adaptation throughout adulthood. And while it gradually changes with aging, it retains remarkable capacities even in old age. Throughout this entire lifespan, your nervous system is shaped by your experiences, your learning, your relationships, your activities. The nervous system you have today is the product of your genetics and your life history. And the nervous system you'll have tomorrow will be shaped by how you choose to use your nervous system today. Every experience, every bit of learning, every moment of practice subtly rewires your brain, moving it in new directions. This has profound implications for how you think about yourself and your future. You're not locked into the patterns established in your childhood, though they do influence you. You're not destined for cognitive decline with aging, though some changes are normal. You're not prevented from learning new skills or acquiring new knowledge simply because you're adult or even older. Your nervous system, despite its remarkable complexity and its vulnerability to disease and injury, possesses an extraordinary capacity for change and adaptation. This capacity is one of your greatest gifts, the ability to learn, to grow, to become different from what you were. Let's drift now into the realm of mystery, into the questions that neuroscience has not yet answered, the puzzles that remain unsolved despite centuries of investigation. Science has revealed so much about your nervous system. We can trace neural pathways, we can measure brain activity, we can identify the neurotransmitters and receptors involved in various functions. And yet, some of the most fundamental questions remain unanswered, hovering at the edge of our understanding like stars just beyond the reach of our telescopes. Perhaps the most profound mystery is the one we've alluded to several times throughout our journey: the hard problem of consciousness. How does the activity of billions of neurons, each following relatively simple rules of chemistry and electricity, give rise to subjective conscious experience? How does neural firing produce the felt sense of being you? How does the objective physical activity of your brain create your subjective, private, inner world of thoughts and feelings? This is not a trivial question. We can understand how neurons fire, how neurotransmitters are released, how neural circuits process information. But somewhere in all of this physical activity, something extraordinary happens. Physical processes become conscious experience. The color red is not actually red in your brain. There are patterns of neural activity that your brain interprets as red. The sensation of pain is not actually in your brain. There are neural patterns that your brain constructs into the experience of pain. But somehow, in ways we don't yet fully understand, these neural patterns become genuine conscious experiences. Some philosophers and neuroscientists have proposed that consciousness might be a fundamental property of the universe, not something that emerges only in complex brains. Others propose that consciousness might involve quantum processes in the brain that we don't yet understand. Still others propose that consciousness might be an emergent property, something that arises from the complexity of neural systems but can't be reduced to the properties of individual neurons. And some propose that consciousness might not be a single thing at all, but rather a collection of different capabilities: attention, self-awareness, emotional feeling, that we've grouped together under one term. The mystery deepens when we consider that there might be degrees or types of consciousness that we're not even recognizing. A person in a coma might have some form of consciousness that we can't detect with our current measures. An animal, a dog, an octopus, a bird, might have forms of consciousness quite different from human consciousness. A future artificial intelligence might have consciousness, or might not, and we might not be able to tell which. Consciousness remains one of the great unsolved puzzles of science. Another profound mystery is the nature of self and personal identity. What makes you, you? What is the self that persists through time, that remains continuous despite constant physical changes? Your body changes, your memories change, your personality changes, your beliefs and values change. Yet you have a sense of being a continuous self, the same person you were yesterday and the day before. What is the neural basis of this sense of self? We know that certain brain regions, particularly in the prefrontal cortex and the medial temporal lobe, are involved in self-related processing. We know that your sense of self depends on your autobiographical memory, your memory of your own life and experiences. We know that damage to certain brain regions can alter your sense of self. But we don't fully understand how the brain constructs and maintains the sense of self. Is the self an illusion, a useful fiction created by your brain to organize experience? Or is it something more fundamental, a genuine aspect of your consciousness? Philosophers and neuroscientists continue to debate this question. Let's consider another mystery: the nature of free will and choice. When you make a decision, whether to have coffee or tea, whether to accept a job offer, whether to pursue a relationship, you experience yourself as freely choosing. Yet your brain's activity, governed by neural laws and influenced by genetics, past experiences, current neurotransmitter levels, and countless other factors, surely constrains and shapes your choices. Are you truly free to choose, or is your sense of freedom an illusion created by your brain? This is not merely a philosophical question. It has practical implications for how we think about morality, responsibility, punishment, and justice. If your choices are determined by neural factors beyond your conscious control, can you be held responsible for those choices? If you have a brain tumor that causes violent behavior, are you responsible for that behavior? If you were abused as a child, affecting the development of your brain's emotional regulation systems, are you responsible for your emotional reactions? Neuroscience is gradually forcing us to reconsider these fundamental questions about responsibility and freedom. Some neuroscientists point out that even if free will is illusory, the fact that you experience yourself as freely choosing might be functionally important. Your brain operates as if you're making free choices, deliberating between options, taking responsibility for your actions. This self-model might be what allows for the complex social cooperation that humans engage in. Whether or not free will is metaphysically real, it seems to be real enough to shape how your brain operates. Another frontier of mystery is the question of why you dream what you dream. We understand some aspects of dreaming. We know that dreams occur during REM sleep, that they involve different patterns of neural activity than waking consciousness, that they can involve memory consolidation and emotional processing. But we don't fully understand why your brain generates the specific dream content that it does. Why does your brain construct particular scenarios, particular narratives? How much of dream content reflects meaningful processing of your concerns and experiences, and how much is simply the brain's narrative systems trying to make sense of random neural noise? Some dreams seem profound and meaningful. They seem to address real concerns or conflicts in your life. Other dreams seem trivial and nonsensical. Some researchers believe that the difference reflects how much meaningful emotional processing versus random neural activation is involved in generating the dream. But we don't have clear ways of distinguishing these different types of dreams or of predicting what you'll dream about. Let's consider another mystery: the nature of creativity. How does your brain generate novel ideas? How do you think of something that you've never thought before, something that doesn't come directly from your memories or experiences? Creativity seems to involve the bringing together of disparate ideas in new combinations, the recognition of patterns or connections that weren't previously apparent. But we don't fully understand the neural mechanisms underlying creativity. We know that different brain regions are involved in creative thinking than in convergent thinking, the kind of thinking that leads to a single correct answer. We know that creative people show different patterns of brain connectivity than less creative people. We know that certain conditions and states of mind, relaxation, daydreaming, certain types of meditation, seem to facilitate creativity. But we don't fully understand how your brain generates genuinely novel ideas, or why some people are more creative than others. Another frontier is the question of the nature of meaning and understanding. When you understand a concept, when you grasp what something means, what is happening in your brain? You might understand the concept of justice, or love, or the square root of 16. Your understanding seems to involve more than just having memories or performing computations. It seems to involve genuine comprehension, a grasp of relationships and implications. But how this grasp emerges from neural activity remains mysterious. Related to this is the question of qualia, the subjective qualities of experience. What is it like to see the color red? What is it like to taste chocolate? What is it like to feel pain? These subjective qualities, these private inner experiences, seem to be something more than just neural activity. You can imagine a philosophical zombie, a being that behaves exactly like you, has the same neural activity as you, but has no subjective inner experience. How do you know you're not a philosophical zombie? How does your brain create these subjective experiences? Let's consider the mystery of attention. We know that attention shapes what you perceive and what you remember. We know that attention involves the prefrontal cortex and the parietal cortex sending signals to sensory areas to amplify certain information while dampening other information. But we don't fully understand how attention works at the neural level. How does your brain decide what to attend to? How can you voluntarily shift your attention? What determines how much attentional resources different stimuli capture? Another frontier is the question of learning itself. We've discussed synaptic plasticity and the mechanisms by which synapses strengthen and weaken, but we don't fully understand how learning happens at the systems level. How do patterns of neural activity encode information? How is information retrieved from memory? Why can you remember some things vividly while forgetting others? How does sleep consolidate memories? These questions are being actively investigated, but many details remain mysterious. Let's consider the mystery of individuality and genetic versus environmental influences. Your personality, your abilities, your vulnerabilities all result from the interaction of your genes and your experiences. But understanding exactly how genes and environment interact to shape who you are remains largely mysterious. Identical twins who share all their genes often develop quite different personalities and abilities. This shows that environment powerfully shapes development. Yet identical twins raised apart are often remarkably similar in personality and interests, showing that genetics also profoundly influences who you become. How these two forces, genetic and environmental, interact at the neural level to create individual variation remains incompletely understood. Another mystery is the question of how your brain represents abstract concepts. How does your brain represent numbers? How does it represent language? How does it represent social relationships or moral concepts? These representations don't involve simple images or direct sensory input. They seem to involve more abstract patterns of neural activity, but how your brain encodes these abstract representations remains largely mysterious. Let's consider the frontier of neurological conditions we don't yet understand. Autism spectrum disorder, for instance, involves differences in how the nervous system develops and processes information. People with autism often have different patterns of neural connectivity than neurotypical people. They often have different sensory sensitivities and different patterns of social understanding. But we don't fully understand what causes autism or why autism develops differently in different people. We have some theories, involving genetic factors, possibly involving immune factors, possibly involving differences in how neural connections are pruned, but we don't have a complete understanding. Similarly, schizophrenia is a serious psychiatric condition involving hallucinations, delusions, and cognitive impairment. We know that schizophrenia involves abnormalities in dopamine neurotransmission, possibly also in glutamate and other neurotransmitter systems. We know that certain brain regions show structural or functional differences in people with schizophrenia. But we don't fully understand what causes schizophrenia, and we don't fully understand why our current treatments, while helpful, work for some people but not others, and often have significant side effects. Depression and anxiety disorders remain incompletely understood. We know they involve abnormalities in serotonin and other neurotransmitter systems. We know they involve changes in how the brain processes emotional information. We know they're influenced by both genetic and environmental factors. But we don't fully understand why some people develop depression or anxiety, while others don't, why some treatments work for some people but not others, or how to predict which treatments will be most helpful for a particular individual. Another frontier is the question of consciousness in non-human animals. Many animals have nervous systems with structures and organizations similar to human nervous systems. They clearly respond to their environment. They seem to have preferences and goals. They seem to experience emotions. But do they have consciousness? Do they have subjective inner experiences? How would we even know? We've developed tests to measure consciousness in humans, asking people about their experiences, assessing their responses to stimuli. But these tests don't directly translate to non-human animals. A dog might show behaviors that seem to indicate consciousness, but we can't directly know what the subjective experience of being a dog is like. Let's consider the mystery of pain. Pain is universally experienced, yet it remains incompletely understood. We know that pain involves nociceptors detecting tissue damage, signals traveling up the spinal cord and to the brain, and the brain's construction of the pain experience. But we don't fully understand why some people have chronic pain despite no ongoing tissue damage. We don't fully understand pain modulation, how your brain can increase or decrease pain perception independent of sensory input. We don't fully understand the placebo effect in pain relief or the mechanisms by which various pain treatments work. Another frontier is the question of consciousness during anesthesia. General anesthesia is used every day to allow surgery without patients being conscious. But we don't fully understand how anesthesia works. We know that anesthetic drugs affect neurotransmitter systems and neural communication, but we don't fully understand how they specifically shut down consciousness while maintaining other brain functions like breathing and heart rate. This mystery is not just academically interesting. Understanding it better might help us develop better anesthetics with fewer side effects. Let's consider the frontier of the aging brain and neurodegeneration. We know that cognitive decline can occur with aging, and that neurodegenerative diseases can cause severe impairment. But we don't fully understand why some people age cognitively well, while others experience significant decline. We don't fully understand what causes Alzheimer's disease, or Parkinson's disease, or other neurodegenerative conditions, and we don't have effective treatments for slowing these diseases. Understanding the aging brain and developing treatments for neurodegeneration is one of the great challenges facing neuroscience. Another frontier is the question of brain-computer interfaces and artificial neural systems. We're beginning to develop technologies that can record from individual neurons or small populations of neurons and interpret this neural activity to control external devices. People with paralysis have used brain-computer interfaces to control robotic limbs or computer cursors with their thoughts. In the future, we might be able to create more sophisticated brain-computer interfaces that could restore function to people with spinal cord injury or neurodegenerative disease. But understanding how to decode neural activity accurately, how to train the brain to use these interfaces, and how to integrate them safely with the biological nervous system remains an active frontier of research. Let's consider the mystery of consciousness after brain injury. People who survive severe brain injuries sometimes recover consciousness and cognitive function, sometimes don't. Some people are in locked-in states, aware but unable to move or communicate. Others are in vegetative states, showing no signs of awareness. How do we determine who is conscious and who isn't? How much consciousness might exist in states where we can't detect it? These are profound questions with serious ethical implications. Another frontier is the question of neural plasticity in the adult and aging brain. We know that the adult brain retains some plasticity, some capacity for change and adaptation. But we don't fully understand the limits of this plasticity or how to optimize it. Can we enhance learning in adulthood? Can we use plasticity to help people recover from brain injury? Can we use plasticity to help people overcome psychological conditions like PTSD or depression? These are exciting possibilities that are being actively investigated. Let's pause and reflect on what we don't know. Despite the tremendous progress in neuroscience over the past decades, the nervous system remains profoundly mysterious. The hard problem of consciousness remains unsolved. The nature of self and free will remain mysteries. The mechanisms underlying creativity and understanding remain incompletely understood. The details of how memories are stored and retrieved remain partly mysterious. The factors that determine individual differences in ability and personality remain incompletely understood. And yet, this mystery is not a problem. It's an invitation. It's an invitation to continued exploration, continued investigation, continued wondering. Your nervous system is perhaps the most complex object in the known universe. It's given rise to science itself, to the human capacity to investigate and understand the world. And in investigating your nervous system, you're investigating the very instrument that does the investigating. This strange self-referential quality, your brain studying itself, is one of the deepest mysteries of all. The frontier of neuroscience extends into the future. As technology advances, as our methods of investigating the brain improve, as we develop new ways of thinking about neural activity and consciousness, more of these mysteries will be illuminated. But some mysteries might be fundamentally resistant to complete understanding. The relationship between the physical and the subjective might be something that science can illuminate, but never completely resolve. And perhaps that's okay. Perhaps the persistence of mystery is part of what makes consciousness and the nervous system so fascinating. Let's explore now something that might seem to transcend the boundaries of your individual nervous system: the way your nervous system connects you to other people. the way your brain reaches out across the space between bodies and touches other brains, creating genuine connection and understanding. We've spent much of our time focusing on your individual nervous system, how it processes information, how it creates thought and feeling and perception. But your nervous system is not isolated. It's profoundly social, evolved to connect with other nervous systems, to coordinate and communicate and collaborate. Humans are intensely social creatures. Your nervous system contains specialized systems for processing social information, for understanding other people, for coordinating your behavior with theirs. These social brain systems are deeply integrated with your emotional systems, your reward systems, your memory systems. In many ways, you are not fully yourself in isolation. Your sense of self is shaped by your relationships. Your well-being is profoundly influenced by your social connections. Let's start with mirror neurons, those fascinating neural cells that seem to bridge the gap between self and other. Mirror neurons are neurons that fire both when you perform an action and when you observe someone else performing the same action. A mirror neuron in your motor cortex might fire when you reach for a cup of coffee, and it might also fire when you watch someone else reach for a cup of coffee. It's as if your brain is simulating the other person's action, creating an internal representation of what they're doing. Mirror neurons seem to be involved in understanding other people's actions and intentions. When you watch someone reach for something, your mirror neurons activate, simulating the reaching motion in your own brain. This simulation seems to give you insight into the other person's goal. You understand that they're trying to grasp the object. Mirror neurons might also be involved in empathy. When you see someone in pain, mirror neurons associated with pain might activate, giving you a felt sense of their pain. The discovery of mirror neurons was revolutionary because it provided a neural mechanism for understanding others, for bridging the gap between your inner subjective experience and your perception of another person's experience. It suggested that we don't simply observe other people from a distance as external objects. Instead, we simulate their experiences, creating internal models of their actions, feelings, and states of mind. Let's consider empathy more broadly, the capacity to understand and share in another person's emotional state. Empathy seems to involve several neural systems working together. Your insula, which monitors your own internal state, also activates when you perceive another person's state. You're internally simulating their experience. Your anterior cingulate cortex, involved in emotional processing, also shows activity related to other people's emotions. Your prefrontal cortex helps you mentalize, to think about the mental states of others, to consider their beliefs and desires and intentions. Empathy is not automatic or universal. It's stronger for people who are similar to you or who are members of your group. It can be influenced by your emotional state. If you're stressed or depleted, you might have less capacity for empathy. It can be increased through certain practices like meditation or spending time with people different from yourself. And in some conditions, like psychopathy or certain autism spectrum presentations, empathy can be diminished, either in terms of affective empathy, feeling what others feel, or cognitive empathy, understanding what others think and feel. Let's explore theory of mind, your ability to understand that other people have minds, beliefs, desires, and intentions different from your own. Theory of mind is a fundamental human capacity that emerges gradually through childhood. Infants don't seem to have theory of mind. They don't understand that other people have internal mental states. Around age 4 or 5, most children develop a basic theory of mind, understanding that other people can have beliefs different from their own and from reality. By adulthood, you have a sophisticated theory of mind, allowing you to navigate complex social situations involving multiple people with different beliefs and intentions. Theory of mind involves several brain regions working together: your prefrontal cortex, your temporal lobes, your amygdala. When you're thinking about what another person believes or wants, these regions activate. When you're predicting what someone will do based on their mental states, these regions are involved. Theory of mind is crucial for language comprehension. understanding that a speaker means something by their words. It's crucial for deception and for detecting deception. It's crucial for understanding stories and for the social coordination that allows human societies to function. Now let's consider attachment, the deep emotional bond that forms between caregivers and children, and that can form between romantic partners or close friends. Attachment involves the activation of your reward system. Spending time with someone you're attached to is rewarding. It involves your stress response systems. The presence of someone you're attached to can reduce your stress and anxiety. Attachment figures become internalized. You carry representations of them in your mind, and these representations influence your behavior and your sense of security. The neurobiology of attachment involves oxytocin, that bonding hormone we mentioned earlier. It involves the reward system, particularly dopamine. It involves the amygdala and its fear processing. When you're securely attached to someone, their presence dampens your amygdala's fear response. You feel safer. When they're absent, your amygdala is more reactive. Early attachment experiences shape the development of your stress response systems. Children who have secure attachments tend to develop well-regulated stress responses. Children who experience neglect or abuse tend to develop dysregulated stress responses. They're more reactive to stress and have more difficulty recovering from stress. This has profound implications for how early relationships shape your nervous system. Your caregivers, through their consistent presence or absence, their responsiveness or neglect, literally shape how your stress response systems develop. In this way, you literally carry your early relationships in your nervous system. If you had secure, responsive caregiving, your nervous system developed with the capacity to regulate stress effectively. If you experienced neglect or abuse, your nervous system might have developed heightened threat sensitivity and difficulty with regulation. These patterns can be modified later through new relationships and experiences, but they're rooted in early neural development. Let's consider the social baseline theory. The idea that your nervous system actually functions better when you're in contact with people you're bonded with. According to this theory, your nervous system is not optimally designed for isolation. When you're alone, particularly when you're alone and stressed, your nervous system has to work harder to maintain regulation. When you're with someone you're bonded with, your nervous system can literally offload some of the regulatory work onto them. Their calming presence helps regulate your own arousal. Their responsiveness helps you feel more secure. In this sense, other people are not just nice to be around, they're actually necessary for your optimal functioning. This perspective has profound implications. It suggests that loneliness and social isolation are not just psychologically unpleasant, they're neurologically damaging. When you're chronically lonely or isolated, your nervous system is chronically stressed. Your stress response systems remain more activated. Your cardiovascular system is more taxed. Your immune system functions less well. Numerous studies have shown that loneliness and social isolation are associated with increased risk of many diseases, including cardiovascular disease, dementia, and early mortality. In some studies, the health impact of chronic loneliness is comparable to the impact of smoking or obesity. Conversely, having strong social connections is associated with better health and longevity. People with good social relationships tend to have better immune function, better cardiovascular health, better mental health, and longer lifespans. The support of others quite literally helps you live longer and live better. Let's consider the phenomenon of emotional contagion, the spread of emotions from one person to another. When you're around someone who's anxious, you tend to become more anxious. When you're around someone who's happy, you tend to become happier. This emotional contagion happens through several mechanisms. It happens through conscious empathy. You recognize their emotional state, and you feel empathy, which influences your own mood. It also happens more automatically through mirror neuron activation and through direct physiological synchronization. When you're around someone, your physiological states begin to synchronize. Your heart rates synchronize. Your breathing patterns synchronize. This physiological synchronization seems to facilitate emotional synchronization. You're not just cognitively recognizing the other person's emotion. Your body is actually beginning to resonate with their body. This is why spending time with calm, regulated people can help you become more calm and regulated. It's why being around anxious, dysregulated people can make you more anxious and dysregulated. This has practical implications for relationships and family dynamics. If one person in a family is chronically stressed or dysregulated, this can affect the emotional state and nervous system regulation of everyone in the family. Conversely, if one person in a family works on their own nervous system regulation through meditation, exercise, therapy, whatever approaches work for them, this can positively affect the whole family system. Let's explore what happens at the neural level during conversation, during the genuine connection and understanding that can happen when two people are really communicating. When two people are engaged in deep conversation, both of their brains are active in similar ways. The same brain regions are activated in both participants. More remarkably, there's evidence of neural synchrony. The brains of the two people are actually synchronizing, firing in similar patterns at similar times. In some studies, the listener's brain activity actually lags slightly behind the speaker's brain activity, as if the listener's brain is following along, being shaped by the speaker's words. This neural synchrony seems to correlate with understanding and connection. When there's good mutual understanding, when the conversation is flowing and both people feel heard and understood, neural synchrony is stronger. When communication breaks down, when people aren't understanding each other, neural synchrony decreases. In this way, the meeting of minds that we experience in deep conversation has a literal neural correlate. Your brains are actually synchronizing, creating a kind of neural harmony. Let's consider the phenomenon of the social brain. The idea that your brain is fundamentally social, that it evolved to process social information and coordinate with other brains. Your prefrontal cortex, which makes up a disproportionately large portion of your brain relative to other primates, is thought to have evolved primarily for social cognition, for understanding and managing relationships. Your amygdala, while often associated with fear, is also involved in processing all social information. Your insula, involved in interoception, is also involved in social emotion and empathy. In other words, much of what makes you distinctly human seems to be rooted in social capacities. This social specialization of your brain makes sense from an evolutionary perspective. Humans are intensely social creatures. Throughout most of human history, survival depended on cooperation within groups and successful navigation of social hierarchies. Natural selection would have favored enhanced social cognition, the ability to understand others, to coordinate with them, to predict their behavior, to form alliances and bonds. The enormous expansion of the human prefrontal cortex, which distinguishes us from other primates, seems to have been driven largely by the demands of social living. Let's consider culture, the shared meanings, values, practices, and beliefs that a group of humans transmits from generation to generation. Culture is not directly encoded in your genes. Instead, culture is transmitted through learning and social interaction. You learn your culture by observing others, by being taught explicitly, by participating in cultural practices. And once you've internalized your culture, it becomes part of how your nervous system processes the world. Your brain doesn't just passively receive culture. Your brain actively creates and shapes culture. The innovations and insights of individual humans become shared and spread through communities. Art, music, literature, science, technology, all of these emerge from individual human brains, but become part of the cultural landscape that shapes subsequent generations of brains. In this way, culture and the human nervous system co-evolve. Your brain shapes your culture, and your culture shapes your brain. This brings us to something profound. Your individual consciousness is not isolated. It's embedded in a web of social relationships, in a cultural context, in a shared human world. The thoughts you have are shaped by language and concepts you've learned from others. The emotions you feel are influenced by your relationships and your social situation. The values and goals that motivate you are influenced by your culture and your communities. Yet despite this social embeddedness, each human nervous system is unique. Your particular combination of genes and experiences has created a nervous system that is uniquely yours. Your perspective, your way of understanding the world, your individual voice, these are genuine expressions of your individual nervous system. You are not simply a product of your genes or your environment or your culture. You are a unique integration of all of these, a particular expression of the human nervous system's extraordinary capacity for variation. Let's consider something remarkable: the way your nervous system opens to others. When you truly listen to someone, when you really try to understand their perspective, your brain is literally changing. Your neural patterns are being shaped by their ideas. Their thoughts are becoming part of your thought patterns. In conversation, in relationship, in community, nervous systems influence each other. You are not sealed off in your individual brain. You are connected, in very real neurological ways, to the people around you. This has implications for healing and growth. If you've experienced trauma or loss or loneliness, connection with others, genuine, attentive, caring connection, can help heal your nervous system. If you're struggling with anxiety or depression, relationships that provide support and understanding can help regulate your nervous system. If you want to learn or grow or change, being part of a community of people who share your values and goals makes that process easier and more sustainable. Conversely, if your relationships are characterized by conflict or disrespect or rejection, this can dysregulate your nervous system, making it harder to think clearly, to feel well, to function at your best. The quality of your relationships, quite literally, affects the functioning of your nervous system. Let's consider the phenomenon of collective human consciousness, the way that multiple nervous systems can coordinate and create something larger than any individual nervous system could create alone. When people gather together with a shared purpose, whether it's a religious congregation, a political movement, a scientific community, an artistic collaboration, something emerges that transcends individual consciousness. Multiple brains synchronize, influence each other, create together. This collective consciousness can be uplifting and beautiful, the convergence of many minds creating something none could create alone. It can also be concerning, the way group dynamics can lead to conformity, to mob behavior, to the suppression of individual critical thinking. Understanding the neurobiology of group dynamics, of how individual nervous systems merge into collective consciousness, is an important frontier. Let's take a breath and reflect on what we've explored. Your nervous system is not just an individual, isolated organ. It's profoundly social. It evolved to connect with other nervous systems. It functions better when embedded in relationships and communities. Your sense of self is shaped by your relationships. Your emotional regulation depends partly on your connections with others. Your thoughts and ideas are influenced by the culture and communities you're part of. Yet this doesn't diminish your individuality or your agency. You're not simply a puppet of your relationships or your culture. Your nervous system has the capacity for independent thought, for creativity, for resistance to cultural norms when you choose. You can be influenced by others while also maintaining your own perspective and values. You can be part of communities while also maintaining your individual identity. You can be deeply connected to others while also respecting their separateness and independence. This balance between individual and collective, between connection and autonomy, between being shaped by others and shaping yourself, is one of the remarkable features of the human nervous system. You are simultaneously an individual and part of larger wholes. You are unique and universal. You are alone in your private inner experience, yet connected to others in profound ways. Your nervous system holds this paradox, allowing you to be fully yourself, while also being genuinely connected to others. Let's drift back now, gently, from the vast landscape of your nervous system's connections to the world and to others, back to something more intimate and more universal. Let's consider what it all means. We've journeyed through the microscopic world of neurons and synapses. We've explored the grand architecture of your brain's regions and systems. We've traced the pathways of sensation and thought and emotion. We've encountered mysteries and marvels at every turn. But now, let's step back and consider the larger picture, the profound meaning of your nervous system, the philosophical and existential dimensions of what we've been exploring. Your nervous system is, quite remarkably, the only part of the universe that knows itself. The stars don't know they shine. The oceans don't know they're vast. The mountains don't know they're tall. But your nervous system, through the miracle of consciousness it generates, knows all of this. More than that, your nervous system knows itself. It has turned back on itself, investigating its own nature. Right now, your brain is thinking about your brain. This extraordinary reflexivity, this ability of consciousness to observe itself, is one of the deepest mysteries and one of the deepest wonders of existence. When you consider your nervous system, you're considering the very instrument that makes consideration possible. You're using your brain to understand your brain. This self-referential quality creates a strange loop, as some philosophers have called it, a recursion where subject and object are the same. This creates both profound possibilities and profound limitations. It allows for an intimacy of understanding. You have direct access to your own mental processes in a way that no outsider could have. But it also creates challenges. Complete objectivity about your own mind might be impossible. Let's consider the integration that happens in your nervous system. Despite the extraordinary complexity, despite the billions of neurons and trillions of synapses, you experience yourself as a unified being. You don't experience your visual processing separately from your auditory processing. You don't experience your emotional reactions separately from your cognitive thoughts. You experience an integrated self, a unified consciousness. How this integration happens, how the distributed activity of billions of neurons becomes a coherent conscious experience, remains one of the central mysteries we've encountered. Some neuroscientists speak of binding, the process by which different features of an object or experience are bound together into a unified representation. When you see a red ball rolling across a table, you see red and ball and rolling and table as an integrated whole. But neurologically, these features are processed in different brain regions by different specialized circuits. Red is processed in one area, shape in another, motion in another. How these are brought together into your unified experience of a red ball rolling remains incompletely understood. This binding problem, as it's called, is another frontier of neuroscience. Yet despite this incomplete understanding, the integration of your nervous system is undeniable and remarkable. You move through the world as a unified being. You speak with one voice, even though multiple neural systems contribute to that voice. You experience emotions that integrate thought and feeling, bodily sensation, and meaning. You form memories that integrate visual and auditory and emotional and semantic information into unified wholes. This integration is so seamless, so natural, that we usually don't think about it, but it's actually quite extraordinary. Let's consider what meaning is, from the perspective of your nervous system. Meaning is not inherent in the external world. A particular sound wave has no meaning unless there's a nervous system to interpret it. A particular pattern of light has no meaning unless there's a nervous system to perceive it. Meaning is created by the interaction between your nervous system and the world. Your nervous system takes the raw information from the world and interprets it, organizes it, makes sense of it. In doing this, your nervous system creates meaning. This has profound implications. It suggests that meaning is not something you discover in the world. It's something you create, something your nervous system generates in interaction with the world. Different nervous systems, with different evolutionary histories and individual experiences, will create different meanings from the same objective stimuli. A particular sound might be meaningless noise to one person, music to another, a warning to a third. A particular image might be a beautiful sunset to one person, a sign of atmospheric pollution to another, a commercial opportunity to a third. Your nervous system is not passively receiving meaning from the world. It's actively creating meaning. This creative aspect of perception and thought is intimately related to what we call values and meaning in life. The things you find meaningful, your relationships, your work, your hobbies, your spiritual or creative pursuits, are meaningful because your nervous system engages with them in particular ways. They activate your reward systems, they connect to your values and goals, they feel significant to you. If you could take those same activities and transplant them into a different nervous system with different values and goals, they might not feel meaningful at all. This suggests that creating a meaningful life involves shaping your own nervous system, deliberately directing your attention, your practice, your relationships toward things that genuinely matter to you. It involves developing values and goals that resonate deeply with your sense of self. It involves creating rituals and practices that reinforce these values and meanings. It involves connection with others who share your values or who help you clarify what's truly meaningful to you. Let's consider the question of purpose. Does your nervous system have a purpose? From an evolutionary perspective, your nervous system's purpose is to help you survive and reproduce, to navigate your environment, to compete and cooperate with others. But as a conscious being, you might ask a deeper question. What is my purpose? What am I here to do? Why do I exist? These are not questions that neuroscience can answer directly, but neuroscience can illuminate the processes through which you arrive at your own answers. Your sense of purpose emerges from the interaction of your values, your capabilities, your experiences, your relationships, and your place in the world. Your prefrontal cortex engages in the kind of abstract reasoning that allows you to contemplate purpose. Your limbic system provides the emotional significance that makes certain purposes feel important. Your autobiographical memory connects your past experiences to your sense of who you are and what you're capable of. All of these neural systems work together to create your sense of purpose. Interestingly, having a sense of purpose seems to be beneficial for your nervous system and your overall health. People with strong sense of purpose tend to have better mental health, better physical health, better cognitive aging. Purpose seems to organize and direct your nervous system in beneficial ways. It gives your nervous system a kind of coherence, a set of goals and values that guide your behavior and your attention. Let's consider creativity again, from the perspective of meaning-making. When you engage in creative activity, whether it's art, music, writing, science, or any other form of creative expression, you're using your nervous system to create new meanings, new ways of understanding the world. You're taking existing patterns and reorganizing them into new configurations. You're expressing something that didn't exist before. This is one of the highest functions of your nervous system, this capacity to transcend the given and create something genuinely new. Creativity seems to require a balance between order and chaos, between structure and novelty. Too much structure and nothing new can be created. Too much chaos and nothing coherent can be created. The most creative nervous systems seem to be those that can maintain some degree of order and structure while also allowing for novelty and deviation from established patterns. This might involve the ability to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, to make unusual connections between disparate ideas, to tolerate ambiguity and uncertainty. Let's reflect on the phenomenon of growth and transformation. Your nervous system is not fixed. Throughout your life, it changes and develops. You learn new skills, new ways of thinking, new ways of being. You develop new relationships, new values, new sense of who you are. This process of continuous growth and transformation is one of the most remarkable aspects of being alive. You are never completely the same as you were before. Your nervous system is always evolving, always incorporating new experiences, always developing in new directions. This capacity for change is both humbling and empowering. Humbling because it suggests that you're not the fixed, unchanging entity you might have imagined yourself to be. You're a process, not a thing. You're constantly becoming, empowering because it suggests that you're not locked into the patterns established in your past. You have the capacity to change, to grow, to become different from what you were. The nervous system you have today is shaped by your history, but it's not determined by it. The nervous system you'll have tomorrow will be shaped by how you choose to live today. Let's consider the phenomenon of acceptance and letting go. Throughout your life, your nervous system clings to things, to memories, to emotions, to patterns of thinking, to identities. Sometimes this clinging is adaptive. It helps you maintain continuity of self. It helps you learn from past experiences. It helps you maintain relationships and commitments. But sometimes this clinging causes suffering. When you cling to painful memories, to grudges, to outdated identities, your nervous system remains stuck in patterns that no longer serve you. Various contemplative and therapeutic traditions have developed practices for helping nervous systems let go. Meditation, mindfulness, acceptance and commitment therapy, psychotherapy. These practices seem to work by allowing your nervous system to gradually process and integrate difficult experiences rather than avoiding or clinging to them. They create space between you and your automatic reactions. They allow your nervous system to recognize that thoughts and emotions arise and pass, that you're not your thoughts or emotions, that you can choose how to respond to them. This capacity for letting go seems to be important for psychological well-being. People who can accept difficult emotions rather than fighting them, who can forgive themselves and others, who can recognize that nothing in life is permanent, these people tend to have better mental health and greater peace of mind. Their nervous systems are more flexible, less rigidly attached to particular patterns or stories about themselves. Let's consider compassion, both compassion for others and compassion for yourself. Compassion is the capacity to recognize suffering in others, to be moved by it, to want to help. From a neural perspective, compassion involves your insula, your anterior cingulate cortex, your prefrontal cortex, and your reward systems all working together. You recognize someone else's suffering. You feel empathy. You're motivated to help, and helping activates your reward systems, making you feel good. Self-compassion involves turning these same capacities inward. Instead of judging yourself harshly when you're struggling or when you make mistakes, you recognize your suffering with kindness, understanding that struggle and imperfection are part of being human. Self-compassion seems to be more beneficial for mental health than self-criticism. People who practice self-compassion tend to have better emotional regulation, greater resilience, better mental health. Their nervous systems are less organized around shame and self-judgment, more organized around acceptance and understanding. Let's reflect on the question of death. Your nervous system creates the experience of being alive, but one day that nervous system will cease to function. Your consciousness will fade. Your individual experience will end. This is something that every nervous system must eventually face, the knowledge of its own finitude. This awareness of mortality is unique to humans. While animals certainly respond to threats to their survival, they don't seem to have abstract knowledge of their own inevitable death the way humans do. This awareness of death is both a source of anxiety and fear, and a source of meaning and urgency. The fact that your life is finite, that you have limited time, makes the way you spend your time meaningful. It creates motivation to pursue what's important to you, to connect with people you love, to contribute something of value. Some would say that the awareness of death is essential to truly living. If you had infinite time, nothing would be urgent. Everything could be postponed. You could engage in meaningless activities indefinitely. But knowing that your time is limited creates the motivation to use your time well. It creates the urgency to pursue meaning and connection and growth. In this way, your nervous system's awareness of its own finitude is also a gift. It motivates you to live fully. Let's consider the experience of awe, that profound emotion of being overwhelmed by something vast and extraordinary. Awe might be triggered by encountering natural beauty, by hearing powerful music, by contemplating the vastness of the cosmos, by witnessing human creativity or courage. In moments of awe, your nervous system seems to undergo a kind of dissolution. Your sense of self becomes smaller, your concerns become less urgent, your perspective shifts. You feel connected to something larger than yourself. Research on awe suggests that it has beneficial effects on your nervous system and your well-being. Experiences of awe seem to reduce self-focused anxiety, to increase pro-social behavior, to broaden your perspective. Awe might be one of the ways your nervous system connects with larger wholes, recognizes its own smallness in the context of the universe, and finds meaning in that smallness. Let's take a breath and consider what we've explored in this entire journey. We began with the question, what is your nervous system? And through our exploration, we've discovered that your nervous system is not just a biological organ, not just a collection of neurons and synapses and neurotransmitters. Your nervous system is the foundation of everything you are. It's the source of your consciousness, your perception, your thought, your emotion, your creativity, your capacity for love and connection and meaning-making. Your nervous system is a frontier of mystery and wonder. Despite centuries of investigation, it remains profoundly mysterious. How consciousness arises from neural activity remains unknown. How you create meaning from sensory information remains partly mysterious. How you connect with others across the space between your nervous systems remains extraordinary. Yet this mystery is not a problem. It's an invitation to continued wonder, continued investigation, continued awe. Your nervous system is also a frontier of possibility and transformation. It's not fixed or finished. Throughout your life, it continues to change and grow. You have more power to shape your own nervous system than you might have realized. Through your attention, your practices, your relationships, your choices, you're constantly shaping how your nervous system functions. In this way, you're not just the product of your nervous system. You're also an agent of your own nervous system's development. Finally, your nervous system is a frontier of connection. Despite being housed in your individual body, your nervous system reaches out beyond yourself. It connects you to the world through sensation and perception. It connects you to others through empathy and language and genuine understanding. It connects you to meaning and purpose and value. Your nervous system is not isolated. It's woven into a vast web of relationships and meanings that extends far beyond your individual body. What is the nervous system, really? It's the question that brought us here, whispered softly at the beginning like a curious child, asking if the invisible could be real, if the vast universe of activity hidden inside could possibly be as extraordinary as it seems. And after wandering through neural pathways, sensory gateways, emotional landscapes, dream worlds, and realms of connection and meaning, we find ourselves gently circling back to where we began, still wondering, still amazed. We've learned so much over the course of our journey together. We've discovered that your nervous system is not a simple machine, but rather an exquisitely complex network of billions of neurons, each one connected to thousands of others, creating patterns of breathtaking intricacy. We've explored how individual neurons fire and communicate, how synapses strengthen and weaken through experience, how your brain physically changes through learning and practice. We've traced the pathways of sensation, how light becomes vision, sound becomes hearing, touch becomes feeling, revealing that your perception is not a passive recording of reality, but an active construction created by your nervous system. We've wandered through the grand architecture of your brain, from the ancient brainstem, keeping you alive moment by moment, through the limbic system where your emotions arise, to the neocortex where your highest thoughts emerge. We've learned about your spinal cord, that cable of communication connecting your brain to your body, and about your peripheral nervous system, reaching out to touch the world through sensation and movement. We've explored how your nervous system processes information through multiple parallel pathways, integrating vast amounts of data into the unified experience of being you. We've discovered how memory is not a fixed recording but a dynamic process, constantly being reconstructed and revised. We've learned that emotions are not primitive or separate from reason, but deeply integrated with cognition, guiding your behavior and creating meaning. We've explored the mysteries of sleep and dreams, those profound states where your conscious awareness fades and your brain engages in crucial work of consolidation and restoration. We've traced how your nervous system develops from conception through aging, shaped constantly by your experiences and your choices. We've encountered mysteries that remain unsolved, the hard problem of consciousness, the nature of free will, the enigmas of creativity and understanding. We've learned that despite tremendous progress in neuroscience, some of the deepest questions remain open, hovering at the frontier of knowledge like stars just beyond our reach. And perhaps that's fitting. Perhaps the persistence of mystery is part of what keeps us wondering, keeps us exploring, keeps us engaged with the profound questions of existence. We've discovered that your nervous system is not isolated. It's profoundly social, evolved to connect with other nervous systems, to create genuine understanding and connection across the space between bodies. Your sense of self is shaped by relationships. Your well-being depends partly on connection with others. Your consciousness doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's embedded in a web of social relationships, cultural meanings, and shared human experience. We've learned about the integration of your nervous system, how billions of neurons create a unified consciousness, how distributed processes create coherent experience, how your nervous system creates meaning from the raw information of the world. We've explored how this meaning-making capacity allows you to find purpose and value in your life, to engage in creativity, to connect with beauty and truth. Maybe the nervous system doesn't need to have a simple answer or a single purpose. Maybe it's enough that it exists, this extraordinary miracle of complexity, this incomprehensible dance of electrical and chemical signals that somehow becomes thought, feeling, perception, consciousness. Maybe the whole point is simply that through your nervous system, you get to experience being alive. So, with all of this in mind, are you still awake? If you are, I hope it's not because I was too interesting. Though if I was, well, at least you've learned a few things about the nervous system along the way. And if you're already halfway to dreamland, may your thoughts be filled with softly firing neurons and gently consolidating memories. May your brain do its quiet work of restoration while you drift peacefully into sleep. Before you fade completely into rest, I'd love to know where you're listening from and what time it is in your part of the world. Drop a comment and share. Are you perhaps a neuroscience student exploring these systems more deeply? Or someone who simply finds the inner workings of your own consciousness strangely soothing? Maybe you're a parent who's discovered that learning about your nervous system helps you understand yourself and your children better. I'd genuinely love to know. Your connection, your perspective, your presence here means something to me. And I hope this journey through your nervous system has meant something to you as well. If you found this gentle exploration of the nervous system relaxing or informative, or both, please do consider giving this video a like and subscribing to Sleepy Science Student. It's a small gesture that helps me keep bringing you more calming, curious content from the world of neuroscience and biology and all the strange and wonderful systems that make up our bodies and minds. Your support makes a real difference, and it helps these journeys reach more curious minds. Thank you for joining me on this voyage through the nervous system. Thank you for giving me your time and your attention. Thank you for being willing to wonder with me about the profound mysteries and extraordinary marvels of consciousness and the brain. Thank you for allowing me to explore these topics alongside you, for creating a shared space where curiosity and calm can coexist. Sleep well, dream deep, and may your nervous system continue its quiet work of making you who you are. Remember that your brain is working for you even as you sleep, consolidating your memories, processing your emotions, preparing you for tomorrow. Remember that you have more capacity for change and growth than you might have imagined. Remember that you're not alone. You're connected to others, embedded in community, part of the vast human family that shares this extraordinary capacity for consciousness and wonder. May you wake refreshed, with your nervous system restored and ready for whatever comes next. May you carry forward some of the wonder we've explored together. And may you recognize, in moments of quiet awareness, the extraordinary miracle happening inside your body right now. Billions of neurons communicating, electrical impulses traveling at the speed of thought, your consciousness emerging from the physical matter of your brain, allowing you to know yourself and the world. Good night.